Wake up! Wake up, wake up, wake up!
Good morning, Vietnam!
Hello there.
What's happening?
I feel the need for speed. Ow! Warrior, come on to play.
Here's Johnny.
I have come here to chew bubblegum and kick ass. And I'm all out of bubblegum.
Hello everyone and welcome to Cinemateq. You got a little bit of a hair on you, camera. That's no good. My name is TJ and it's so great to have you here with me on another fantastic live streaming day. As you can see, definitely some more sun coming in than we're used to, which is obviously just an indication that spring is on the way and I need to actually do something about this sun problem at some point in the future. So I will. My solution today is just going to be to lean in a little bit closer, so you might be able to hear me just a little bit more clearly. I assume that's Dory. Hello, Dory, and Anna is here as well. Hello, and good evening to you both. Hope you are doing well. We might as well just start things off the way that we always start things off, and that is with a little bit of Wordle. See if we can get some other people coming in here saying hello. But in the meantime, let's just go with some film words. Frame. Oh, got the A in the right spot. Excellent. Slaps. I mean, sure. Hey! That would have been just real weird if that ended up being the actual one. S-H-A. Sharp? I don't have an R, but we can check the P. Ooh, that's close. Shame. No. Shat. No, that wouldn't work either. Share? No, because I don't have. I'm gonna try shame. Maybe it's the M. No, that was a bad decision. I made a bad decision. Shall, Anna? Oh God, damn it! This is another double letter. There it is. You're not gonna trick me this time, Wordle, you jerk. You big old jerk. So, it's been... Oh my God, that sun is so bright. So it's been a little bit of time since the Oscars. It feels like it's been way longer than it actually has been. It's only been a day. It's only been a day. And I don't know about you guys, but I spent my day yesterday doing a whole lot of nothing. Took the entire day off. Went to the movies, saw a movie in theater, going to be talking about that a little bit later, watched another movie when I got home, had a big old meal, and just relaxed and slept and napped and pet the cat, and my goodness, it was wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. I hope all of your post-Oscar experiences were just as relaxing. TJ, a new Maverick trailer came out today. I know, I saw it, and I am not a big fan of it, personally. I kind of wish that they had just kept the original trailer and had that been the only trailer, because it's so much better than what they gave us today. Because I think they sort of revealed that the ending boss, or like the thing that they're all going to be teaming up and fighting against, is just going to be kind of nothing, almost. Like, it almost seems like there's going to be a bunch of training that they're going to go through with Maverick, these young pilots, and then they're going to be tasked with, like, getting somewhere or getting into a place that is very difficult to get into because of how well guarded it is. But then all of the action in that last sequence is just going to be these fighter pilots dodging like missiles and stuff like that. So, yeah, I'm a little bit worried that maybe this film is going to have a villain problem. But there's always the chance that the marketers, the people behind trying to get people into theaters to actually see it, that they're trying to mislead with this one a little bit, just trying to like show some cool stuff, and hopefully that's enough to get people into theaters. It was nice in that trailer to see an interaction between Maverick and Goose's kid. Going to be a lot of melodrama, a lot of back and forth between those two. I can already imagine. We did see, I think, in a previous trailer that they get into a fight in one of the classrooms, but they They actually have a face-to-face conversation in the new trailer, which is good to see. Good to see. Brent, you don't remember the first trailer? Oh, it's good. You should go back and check it out. It's the one that starts off with like the bell sound or the gong, like the dun, and then it slowly just goes into like the classic Top Gun theme, but like a slightly reworked version of it. I think that one works really, really well. Big fan of that trailer. I've been watching the Oscars with TJ since 92nd Awards show, and this year's was a train wreck. I felt so bad for TJ. Don't feel bad for me. Feel bad for like literally everyone else who was involved with that Oscars. It wasn't a great one, huh? In the moment, I was mostly enjoying it. But then upon reflection, it dawned on me that it wasn't the best. It definitely wasn't the best, and that's just like, you know, the Will Smith incident aside, it wasn't that great. Something about streaming kind of gives you a little bit of a dopamine rush, a little bit of euphoria, and it makes things that are perhaps not so good seem okay. But yeah, it wasn't great. Surprised, Ezra Miller got arrested again. Who is the actor who is bigger star than Tom Cruise? I don't know. There's probably a few of them around these days. Like Tom Cruise isn't that active, right? He only really does like one film every so often. Can you guys let me know if the stream is going okay? In my preview window, it looks like it's a little choppy. I was noticing today when I came on to like check out a trailer and just to like be on YouTube that they were having issues actually getting the whole thing going, or getting videos going, getting them to actually play at like even 1080p, and everything seems good. All right, well then, I'll ignore all that. So I guess since we're on the subject of Will Smith, let's give a little bit of time to that, get it sort of out of the way, so we don't have to talk about it for the whole thing. But I think it is important to follow up on the Will Smith story and actually see like where we're sitting with that. Ooh, Dory, what are you saying? Do you remember when Parasite won? We jumped and screamed like the Oscar experts. Oh yeah. That was like one of my best videos of all time, views wise. Anyways, let's go back to Will Smith. So a couple of things have happened over the last couple of days. During the stream on Sunday night, I mentioned that there was likely going to be a Will Smith apology tour. To my knowledge, he hasn't appeared on any sort of talk shows or anything like this. So this so far has been like this has been most of the apology that we've gotten, is this Instagram story that he posted yesterday. I believe this was posted yesterday. So let's take a look at it. Violence in all of its forms is poisonous and destructive. My behavior at last night's Academy Awards was unacceptable and inexcusable. Jokes at my expense are part of the job, but a joke about Jada's medical condition was too much for me to bear, and I reacted emotionally. I would like to publicly apologize to you, Chris. I was out of line, and I was wrong. I'm embarrassed, and my actions were not indicative of the man I want to be. There is no place for violence in a world of love and kindness. This first line here I think is kind of interesting because it just plainly says violence in all of its forms is poisonous and destructive, and that seems like it's very much in conversation with his actual acceptance speech for the award, where he started talking about, you know, being like King Richard and protecting family and loving so much and protecting. And there was a lot of clapback against that, referring to, I mean, a lot of clapback on Twitter and online. People referring to that as examples of toxic masculinity. This idea that violence is acceptable when you are protecting someone, and while that may be true if, say, like someone's breaking into your house or like holding up a gun to your partner's head, it hits a bit hollow when you try to use that excuse for assaulting someone because they made an inappropriate joke about your partner. So it seems like this very first sentence was meant to sort of halt in some way the conversation that was going on around Will's actions and the sort of way that he attempted to frame them with his acceptance speech. He then goes on to say, I would also like to apologize to the Academy, the producers of the show, all the attendees, and everyone watching around the world. I'd like to apologize to the Williams family and my King Richard family. I deeply regret that my behavior has stained what has been an otherwise gorgeous journey for us all, or for all of us, excuse me. I am a work in progress. Sincerely, Will. And I saw someone point this out the other day. This line specifically, "I'm a work in progress." I think someone the other day said something that I thought was kind of interesting in regards to this, and that is Will Smith is in his 50s. And I think it's fairly generally accepted that as people get older, they get more set in their ways, and they are basically who they are. I know I kind of feel that way about myself now, and I'm in my mid-30s. I'm very much the person that I am likely going to be for the rest of my life at this point. So this kind of like I'm a work in progress bit doesn't come across too great to me. Kind of seems like he's just trying to say like I need to do work on myself, I need to do better, which I would agree with, but a work in progress, I don't know, man. I think you're out of the oven. I think you're done, you know? So then, and I'll just and there was also this sort of I guess Instagram from Jada Pinkett Smith, which didn't specifically mention anything, but says this is a season for healing, and I'm here for it. So she seems to be of the mind that we should all be, or at least there will be healing going on in their family. There should be healing going on all over the place. There should just be healing. So, and she is here for it. Let's see, TJ. I wish I can say I was bigger man than Will Smith, but I would slapped faster and harder than him. I mean, I would hope that you would approach this with some patience, and to not react based on emotions in a moment like that. He apologized. Oh wait, he apologized for Chris Rock. It's weird because he apologized to everyone in his speech except him. Yeah, and I think that when Will Smith was giving that acceptance speech, he hadn't really figured it out. And he was still probably like super pissed at Chris Rock. So an apology to Chris Rock in that moment was probably beyond him, what he would want to do. Tom's here. Hello, Tom. You haven't missed much. We just did Wordle and talking a bit about the Top Gun trailer, and I'm going to be getting into some movies that I've watched recently in a minute, but I just thought it'd be nice to get the Will Smith stuff out of the way. He is still in the wrong. Even if Chris's joke was offensive, he should have talked about it behind the stage during the break. No one gave him right to slap him on TV. Yeah, Will Smith is still in the wrong. I completely agree. I don't think I said anything to say that I did agree with Will Smith. I certainly don't agree with what he did. During the commercial break, right after it happened, there are shots of I believe it was Denzel Washington and one other person having Tyler Perry, I believe. They were speaking to Will Smith during the break and trying to calm him down. I think also Bradley Cooper went to go speak to him as well, but that's perhaps unconfirmed, or maybe I don't want to confuse sources and things like this because I haven't read it myself. I just sort of see things on Twitter every now and again. Tom's saying Ricky Gervais makes jokes on everybody. There is no excuse. I mean, I agree. There is no excuse to hit somebody, but I mentioned this in the live stream that there's a difference between what Ricky Gervais does and what Chris Rock did. The difference between punching up and punching down in terms of like how you go after people. Like when Ricky Gervais goes after Tim Cook, CEO of Apple, and basically just says like, you're the CEO of a billion-dollar corporation that doesn't give a shit about people, like that's speaking truth to power. Whereas what Chris Rock did was, insult someone who has a medical condition, and that's not cool. But once again, Will Smith's reaction was not great. Hard disagree. 50 is nothing. Could still be another 30 or 40 years. It really bothers me these days when people can't even apologize anymore without it being picked apart. We have no idea who we will be in 20 or 30 years. That's a lifetime. Life can change abruptly. Okay. Maybe we just have different opinions on this. But I know that like from, like the difference between like me at 20 and me at 25 is like night and day. But the difference between me at 30 and 35 are pretty similar, I think. And so I think as we get older, there is less change that happens to us, at least from a personality perspective. But, I'm no psychologist. I'm no behavioral scientist. So I'm kind of speaking out of my ass on that one. Tom, you can't sympathize. That's fine. I'm not asking you to sympathize with Will Smith at all. The guy laughed at the joke. Yeah, that's one of the interesting things that I wish would be explained, because that's something that I need a little bit of closure on personally, because we've all seen the clip, I'm sure numerous times each. The first reaction shot is Will laughing, and then we see Jada in the same shot start to react and be like, that's not cool, I don't like that. You can read that all over her face. And then we cut back to Chris Rock, and then Will Smith is walking on stage. So we don't get to see like the interplay between Jada and Will and what happened there. We did also hear, or like something that was on Twitter from a blue checkmark account that I saw, was that Will was fine with the joke during rehearsals. I have not seen anything to confirm that or deny it. But I guess if we consider it to be true, then we have to either assume that Will didn't understand the context of the joke and what it was referring to. He may, like, I don't know if Will Smith has seen G.I. Jane. I don't know if he knows what that is, or what a G.I. Jane 2 joke in the context of his wife would have meant. I don't know if Will Smith knew that, so there is a chance that maybe he did know the joke. Know the joke was, but didn't understand what it meant in the moment. And then when Jada reacted poorly, and you know, you could very easily think of her saying like pointing at her head and being like, my hair. And then he's like, oh, and then he realizes like, oh, fuck that. And then he goes off. So yeah, I would love to know like what transpired there and what the intricacies of that are. We may never actually find out, but I think it is something that it would be nice to get an answer to, because it's, you know, this is a whole thing. And that's the thing that really sticks out to me the most, is Will initially laughing when the joke is done. He was not at a bar, he was in live TV. I mean, it doesn't excuse where he was. He shouldn't do it in either way. Does the slap destroy his career? He's already a big star. No, I don't think so. He stole the show for those who work hard to be nominated and more to be awarded. Yeah, he pointed to that in his apology, talking about how he disappointed the Williams sisters and the King Richard family and really everyone else. And it obviously sucked the energy way out of the room, despite the best efforts of Amy Schumer and some of the other hosts. In my opinion, the Will Smith slap hurt Coda the most. Winning Best Picture felt like winning the lottery. I don't know about that. I mean, it certainly hurts from a perspective that like Coda winning Best Picture should have been the biggest news story of the night, and it's obviously not, because I don't have any stories or follow-up about Coda winning like in the docket for today, because no one's talking about it. Like everything is being all conversation is pointing towards Will Smith right now, as is obvious by this live stream. Tom, you have alopecia. Okay. I'm not actually familiar. Like, it's hair loss? Is that correct? I'm not actually familiar with like what alopecia is. I am not a doctor, as you may have all. Okay, it is that causes your hair to come out often in clumps the size, the shape of a quarter. Oh, I see. Okay, so it is hair loss, but it's a specific kind of hair loss. So I will get back to the chat, but I do. Oh wait, maybe I'll do the chat right now because my Chrome tabs all froze. Imagine Mel Gibson going on stage and punch Chris Rock. He'd be in jail. Yeah, I think that's probably true. Although I think that has a lot more to do with, say, like the history between Chris Rock and Will Smith. Like, I think they've probably have a bit of a better relationship than, say, Mel Gibson and Chris Rock. I don't think that. Well, I mean, Mel Gibson and Chris Rock did work on Lethal Weapon 4 together, so I shouldn't say anything about their relationship because I have no idea what it was. His Oscars won't be taken back because last time I checked, you won't get Oscars for being a good person. If that's the case, they should have taken the Oscar away from Kevin Spacey, but they didn't. They did take back Oscars from Weinstein, from Harvey Weinstein. So that probably kind of shows you the bar that you have to clear in order to get your Oscars taken away. Although, and I guess when I'm able to actually go over and click on it, I'll be able to talk about that a little bit more. Because there are some actions being taken by the Academy right now, but I can't reference the article, so I'm just not gonna. The thing was that it was a black on black thing, and people think it's a black thing, we better not mess with it. See, I don't agree with that. I mean, we know that like no charges are being pressed because Chris Rock is not pressing charges. Like he made the decision to not do that, right? So it's not because it's a black on black thing and everyone's just like staying away from it. It's because it was kind of a personal matter between Will Smith and Chris Rock that just happened to be on display in front of millions and millions of people. So, you know, if Mel Gibson were to punch Chris Rock in the face and Chris Rock decided to press charges, then, you know, that would be that. It wouldn't make the situation any difference. It's just that Chris Rock has chosen to go down a particular path that doesn't involve having Will Smith charged with assault. Does he get banned from Oscars for a lifetime for a few years? I have no idea. But now that my thing is back, we can actually talk into this a bit more. So this was from the Academy. This came out yesterday. I haven't seen any updates on this, so I assume this is the most up-to-date part of this. Academy condemns the actions of Will Smith after Chris Rock slapping incident, and they are conducting a formal review. And I'm hoping that part of that formal review will include like vetting of jokes and how this all went down, how it all came to be. Because I would actually like to know everything that happened. The morning after a raucous Oscar cast that saw Will Smith slap presenter Chris Rock in the face over his joke about Jada Pinkett Smith's hair, the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences has issued another statement. The Academy condemns the actions of Mr. Smith at last night's show. We officially started a formal review around the incident and will explore further action and consequences in accordance with our bylaws, standards of conduct, and California law. It follows a week late-night tweet by AMPS following the altercation in which they posted, the Academy does not condone violence of any form. The issue is likely to be topic number 1 at the Academy's board meeting this week. I would imagine so. The probe could see Smith ejected from the AMPAS or suffer some sort of suspension from the organization and its events, including next year's Oscars. Regardless of where the review ends up, sources tell us that there is no chance that Will be asked to hand back his Best Actor Oscar for King Richard. So, as far as we know, right now, there you go. There you go. Will Smith will not be asked to hand his Oscar back. Some of the glossies this morning said Smith and Pickett Smith would address the Rock Oscar situation in a postmortem on the later's Red Table Talk. We're hearing that is not true. The AMPAS Standards of Conduct reads, Academy membership is a privilege offered to only a select few within the global community of filmmakers. In addition to achieving excellence in the field of motion pictures, members are also expected to behave ethically by upholding the Academy's values of respect for human dignity, inclusion, and supportive environment that fosters creativity. The activity asks that members embrace their responsibility to affirm these principles and act when these principles are violated. There is no place in the Academy for people who abuse this status, power, or influence in a manner that violates recognized standards of decency. The Academy is categorically opposed to any form of abuse, harassment, or discrimination on the basis of gender, sexual orientation, race, ethnicity, disability, age, religion, or nationality. A breach of conduct also includes physical contact that is uninvited and in the situation inappropriate or unwelcome, or coercive sexual attention. Makes me wonder about that bit that happened between Josh Brolin, Jason Momoa, and Regina Hall, I think it was. I wonder if the assume the position stuff that Josh Brolin did as Regina Hall was searching them was signed off on, or if that was like in the moment. It was probably signed off on. Punishment by AMPS for Smith could include suspension of membership or expulsion from membership. Sanctions issued under this policy that are less severe than suspended or expulsion of membership may include private reprimand, public reprimand, temporary or permanent loss of privileges to attend or participate in Academy events or activities, temporary or permanent loss of eligibility to receive or hold or revocation of Academy Awards or honors, temporary or permanent loss of eligibility to hold Academy service and volunteer roles, or other sanctions that the Academy is in sole discretion may deem appropriate. So lots of stuff could happen to to Will Smith based on this. But we do know from this that Will Smith is not getting his Oscar taken away, and hopefully this formal review that will be happening during their upcoming Board of Governors review will be made public to at least some extent, and then we can get maybe a little bit more closure on this issue. Yeah. Oh, and then there's one other thing that I just want to go over quickly. On Twitter the other day or somewhere, there was a Chris Rock apology going around that was determined to be fake. So if you see anything about Chris Rock apologizing to Will Smith, don't believe it. It's not true. You can see here Snoops has already given it a false. So don't believe it. Don't believe anything. Don't believe anything at all. Throw off the shackles of truth and live your own reality. Let's see here. Occam's Razor. I think this is talking. He probably laughed because it was a basic reaction if someone is knocking off jokes where a crowd is laughing at each one. Yeah, that's also a possibility. Like, he wasn't really thinking about what was being said, more just the fact that other people around him were laughing, and then, you know, he would have seen Jada, or Jada would have said something to him, and then something would have happened. Does his career and Chris Rock's career destroyed after this incident? Nope, I don't think so. You have to remember that in a lot of cases like this, the canceling or the destruction of someone's career is really down to what that person's fan base will tolerate, right? So if I, like, as an example, if I were to say something on this live stream that was absolutely horrendous, people could call for me to be canceled. People could demand that I be removed from YouTube, etc., all kinds of stuff. But if the people who come to the live streams all the time are like, we know TJ's not that bad, he probably just said something he didn't mean to, and then everyone's still here and, like, interacting and helping support the channel, then, like, I'm fine, you know? So it really comes down to what a person's audience is willing to tolerate. And I think Will Smith, given his career, given what we've already seen people say on Twitter and elsewhere, basically saying, like, you know, yeah, if it was my wife, I would have slapped the guy too. You know, there's a lot of takes like that out there. So I think for the most part, Will Smith is going to be fine, and Chris Rock is going to be fine. There was even some conversation about how Chris Rock has a movie coming out this year that could potentially be an Oscar contender. And wouldn't it be interesting if Chris Rock was nominated for, like, a Best Actor or Best Supporting Actor next year, and how would that play out? But, you know, as of right now, we have no idea how it's all going to happen. Hey, TJ, the Academy has gone on record saying the G.I. Jane joke was not planned. Oh, did they really? I wonder if I could find that. So then I guess the report I saw about Will Smith having foreknowledge of the joke was not true. Explain and why Will Smith hit him. No. I want to know. It's not that I don't believe you, Nick. I just want to see someone telling me the same thing. It looks like there's not a lot about this. Officials confirm with Will Smith wasn't... Yeah, I don't see anything here saying that backing that up. But, Nick, if you want to point me in the right direction, I'd be happy to take a look. What is this going to be like? Oh, yeah, that's future news. All right, so I guess I'll just bring it back to this while I go through some of this other chat. Irony is that he was given the Oscar not because of his performance, which is not even the best in his own catalog. He was given it because he is a nice guy who was apparently overdue. I mean, he was certainly overdue. And I guess his public persona has always been that he's been a nice guy. How far can I go back now? The sun is no longer a problem. You can see it behind me though. Isn't that cutting a nice silhouette right there? Ooh, silhouette's not the right word. You know what I mean. I know that his public persona, Will Smith's public persona, has often been that he's a nice guy, but maybe that has changed a bit now. Just even a small amount. Same rule didn't apply for Glenn last year. I think, well, in the case when someone wins an Oscar for being, like, overdue, they also need to put in, like, a pretty good performance, and one that you would still consider to be, like, one of the better ones of the year. In the case of Glenn Close, when she was up for the one that she was most recently up for, her performance wasn't the best one of the year. And it, you know, the fact that she was due didn't help her, and I think the strength of her performance is indicative as to why I believe it was Olivia Colman was able to come in and take that award from her. Coda won because it was the last hated movie or the least hated movie. I don't know about that. Dune was pretty sick. I don't think anyone's ever come out and said Dune is bad or that they hate it. It's a cute movie, but it's Crash all over again. I think that Coda is a superior film to Crash in my mind. I still don't think it's that good. Like I stand by my comments in my review of it were that it's good, but it's not great, and I still stand by that. So yeah, I guess I can't really disagree too much, and I think it is a bit better than Crash. But I think there is a lot going for Coda. Like the 4 main performances, as I've said before, are quite good. So it's not a completely undeserving film, but I would rather the Best Picture award have gone to at least 4 or 5 other films that were also nominated for Best Picture. Power of the Dog is a far more better movie. Yeah, I agree with that. TJ, your thoughts on Jim Carrey blasts spineless Hollywood for giving Will Smith standing ovation at the Oscars post slap? Yeah, I did see that. I did see it. I then saw someone, I think on Twitch, playing a clip of Will Smith winning like some kind of, or not Will Smith, excuse me, Jim Carrey winning some kind of Best Comedy Award. And Alicia Silverstone, I believe, was handing out the award. And he just came up, Jim Carrey just came up on stage and just like put his hands on her face and just like kissed her like full on for like a couple of seconds. And then she like is eventually able to get him to stop, and she's kind of like laughing like haha, and he takes his award. I think it was an MTV Movie Award. But it's, you know, it's still an assault of sorts, right? Well, I mean, it is still assault. So I imagine that when Jim Carrey like says that, when he's talking about the spinelessness, or wait, when Jim Carrey said that, was he talking about Will Smith being spineless, or was he talking about the people in attendance at the Oscars? Because I think I read a headline that was a little different. Shame spineless Hollywood. Okay. He was talking specifically about the people, not about Will Smith. All right, never mind. The little tale I was telling about him doing something similar at the MTV Movie Awards, I guess doesn't really make sense in this context. So I think, yeah, I don't really know how that should have gone down. You know, like, does everyone in the theater not clap for Will Smith when he wins an Oscar? Is that their response to that? Is that what it should have been? I don't know. And I actually don't know like what was going on in the crowd, like how many people were actually there, how many people that actually there were clapping, and maybe there was less applause going on due to the incident, but then because, you know, the director of the show is able to change things and alter things on the fly, he probably increased what audio they did have in order to make it sound like the audience was clapping louder than maybe they were. I don't know, and I don't, yeah. It's hard just to point an entire like audience of people and say, oh, this audience should have acted differently. We don't really know how everyone in that audience reacted. As for like Jim Carrey blasting spineless Hollywood, I don't really give a shit what Jim Carrey has to say on this, honestly. Coda is probably the second worst film to win Best Picture after Dune this year. I mean, wait, do you mean Coda is worse than Dune and Dune is the second worst film of the year? Or are you talking about in the entirety of Oscar history, Coda is the second worst film to ever win Best Picture? If it were Mel Gibson, the Academy would have pressed charges. From what I've seen, it's not up to the Academy. It was up to Chris Rock, like the person who was assaulted. But yeah, and I don't, like in that instance, Thomas, you saying like regardless of Chris' decision to or not to, I'm not sure what the Academy would have had him charged with. Like, I don't know what would have fallen under their jurisdiction in order to demand that he be arrested or charged with something. Like, and also I'm not American, so I don't know how American or California law works in that way. So yeah, I honestly don't know. Coda winning Best Picture proves that Hollywood would double down on remakes because Coda is also a remake which won Best Picture. Yeah, but that was also true of The Departed. I'm sure there have been other remakes that have done well. Pretty sure The Godfather Part 2 did okay for itself at the Oscars, so it's not unprecedented. Jason Momoa just had abdominal surgery, and Regina Hall was rubbing his stitches. I mean, that's not great. That should have been something that was known. That's something that should have been handled in rehearsals. That's something that should have happened or been handled beforehand. So I don't get it. I don't get it, man. TJ, better movie, Coda or Green Book? I think Coda. I think Coda is the better film. One thing that I will come out from all this is that one thing that I think will come out of this all is there will be a tape delay. I mean, there already was. That's why the not like enough of a tape delay, perhaps, but like there is a reason why in the Canadian broadcast we like all the profanity was cut out before the profanity happened, right? And I think like as like Will Smith is walking towards Chris Rock, nobody really knows what he's going to do, so they may not have had enough time to actually get the tape delay in there. But like the Oscars are often tape delay because they need to be able to take out profanity when it happens, like when people swear during their acceptance speeches. So I mean, maybe what you're saying is that there's going to be more tape delay. Maybe. Nick, the link didn't come through. If you're on Twitter or on the Discord or something, you can put it in there, and I'll go find it. Thomas is here. Hi, Thomas. Andy wants me to talk about the Ezra Miller arrest. Yeah, I can do that in a second. I think Coda winning is nice, but no one's gonna look at it as best film of 2021. Yeah, I don't think anyone will either. It will have a somewhat similar legacy as, say, like Green Book and Crash, but I think its legacy will also be more favorable, much more favorable than those two films, mainly because Coda gave us those 4 incredible performances, and it's going to be really tough to argue against those 4 incredible performances. Everything else about the film, I've said this before, is just functional. The editing is functional. The cinematography is functional. It's good, but it's functional, right? But those 4 performances were incredible, and I think on that strength alone, Coda's going to be remembered as a pretty solid film. It's just not like a $200 million sci-fi blockbuster, unfortunately. Jim Carrey actually trashed Will's attitude. Okay. And he was shocked that the guy got a standing ovation and was given 5+ minutes to talk about himself. Well, I mean, at that point, the Oscars are trying to get their ratings up, right? So like they know that caught fire on what happened caught fire on Twitter almost immediately. And I'm sure that their live ratings were showing that like people were tuning in to figure out what was going on. So they would have known, and they would have let Will Smith talk for as long as possible because they know that they were getting a lot of people watching that, and they really care about ratings. So it's certainly a cynical thing for the Academy to do, but from a business perspective, it makes sense. I'm not saying that I agree with it, just saying that that's probably why it happened. Don't apologize for any typos. It's all good. I don't apologize for every time I trip over my own words and stumble and say ums and ahs and ands when I'm trying to think of something to say. So don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I wouldn't have known what to do at their places, so I don't judge them for clapping. Yeah, it's one of those things where you don't know what you're going to do until you're in that situation, right? Scorsese didn't know The Departed was a remake when he accepted to do the film after reading the screenplay. Did he not? Oh, no. That's so weird because Scorsese is usually so up on, like, international cinema, you know? Like, the man's kind of like the patron saint of world cinema, and he didn't know about, like, a fairly well-known Hong Kong crime trilogy? Well, that's weird. Not sure if the link... Oh, yeah. The Rebecca Hall and Amy Schumer, Kirsten Dunst incidents were cringe and downright bad. Oh, what was the Rebecca Hall one? I don't remember Rebecca Hall being on the Oscars at all. Amy Schumer and Kirsten Dunst. Yeah, that one was a bit weird. But I mean, that's just Amy Schumer. Really, yeah, the Oscars need to figure out the host thing. They need to figure out the structure. I saw someone today just say, like, look, guys, you have you have some really good examples of the Oscars going well, especially the ones that were hosted by Billy Crystal back in like the 90s, I believe. So just like do those. Just try that. And if they go a bit long, whatever, because even with your attempts to make the show shorter by having some categories given up beforehand, you still went 40 minutes over time. So just try to find a different way of accomplishing your goal that doesn't make people feel like they are being like the experience is being cheapened by all of this bullshit that you're trying to pull off. Do you think white privilege is still a thing? Yeah, no doubt. Because Smith isn't facing any problems yet for the slap and defending on the grounds of black hitting black. It's more of rich privilege than white privilege. I mean, white privilege still exists. Of course it does. There is obviously there's a lot of privilege that also comes from being famous and wealthy. That's obviously also true. But yeah, I mean, as an example of this, the director of, God, what was it? Of the Creed movies, I believe, in Black Panther, he was just recently in a bank and cops showed up and put him in handcuffs for a bit because I think he like said something to the teller or he like passed her a note or something like that. And she was like, oh, this black man's probably trying to rob me. And then the cops showed up and put him in handcuffs. And then when everything was figured out, they let him go. But like, maybe that doesn't happen if it's a white guy, right? And that's just a simple procedure, like going to the bank. So yeah, white privilege definitely still exists. I experience it every day of my life. Coda winning is setting a very low bar for feature filmmakers. Go find a good movie made in another country, redo it in English, and then you can win Best Picture too. I mean, I think that's always been something that Hollywood has done. Like, oh god, there's that Bryan Cranston movie that's a remake of a French film. And it's the original French film was like in the top 30 or top 40 of the IMDb top 250, and of course it was remade. And I'm sure that's what they were hoping for, that it would be Oscar bait or would get into the Oscars. But that's just what, that's what Hollywood does. Yes, an actually effective tape delay. Right. So if you just look up Variety article, Oscars, what was happening in the ABC control room as Will Smith slapped Chris Rock, they confirmed the joke being an ad lib. Oof. Man, that is not great. All right, so this is why I wasn't able to find it before. All right, so thank you, Nick. Here's the ABC article, or sorry, the Variety article. Apparently, I'm not completely recovered from Saturday. I'm tripping over my words a lot today. ABC's Rob Mills was sitting in the Oscars production trailer on Sunday night when the show's producers and director Glenn Weiss realized things were starting to go awry. Chris Rock came on, and he was doing, I think, material based on what happened that night, as any comedian will do. He made the G.I. Jane joke. Obviously, you could see the joke did not land well with Jada, and then you see Will start to get up and walk up. The professionals in the control room are used to unplanned incidences, including Weiss, a live TV veteran who also directed the Oscars the year La La Land was mistakenly announced as Best Picture before Moonlight ultimately won. There have certainly been unpredictable moments where people have gotten up and done things, so we thought this was one of those, Mills said. Yeah, I think that's also kind of indicative of how it was shot, because in my mind, as soon as they saw that like Will Smith was walking on stage, they basically just they cut back to their widest possible shot because they didn't really understand what was going on, and they didn't really have a contingency plan for this. So they just go to their widest possible shot. You get all of the action in one shot. You don't have to worry about editing or cutting beyond that, and you just show what happens in a wide instead of like cutting to a close-up and it being like Will Smith walking in and out of frame, or like maybe he walks up there and like pushes him and then you see Chris Rock falling out of frame, whereas if you're in the wide shot, you just see everything as it's happening. The G.I. Jane quip was an ad lib, not in the script, Mills added. The severity of the situation quickly became apparent when Rock and Smith both started swearing. You started to realize this is really you started to realize this is real once Chris, who certainly knows the limits of broadcast standards, says Will Smith slapped the shit out of me, Mills says. That's when it became obvious that this was not a joke. And that was one of the things I was kind of pointing to when I was reacting to this online. Everyone's like, no, it's stage, it's stage. I was like, no. No, it was not. The profanity was a big giveaway, honestly, because if this were a stunt, then the Oscars would not have allowed there to be profanity in it at all. For viewers at home, the confusion continued as ABC censors dropped out the audio for a lengthy period of time. When you're on the button, which I wasn't, but our standards people were, I think you obviously go towards overcorrection and letting something get through. International broadcasters get their own raw feed of the ceremony and must decide on their own whether to bleep, which is why unbleeped video from other countries soon appeared on social media showcasing what really happened. Okay. So yeah, if anything, I'm sure there's a lot more to this article, but the big thing here, and it's as Nick said, it was an ad-lib joke. So that entire narrative that that we had been talking about before, had been discussing regarding whether or not Will had previous knowledge of the joke and like even saying that it was fine to go with, that's obviously not true. So dispelling disinformation, one Will Smith story at a time. The new Cinemateq slogan. It'll be kind of long to put on the banner, but I can probably fit it in there. Just about to make a joke and then I stopped myself. Okay. Thomas was referring to Regina Hall. Yeah, that makes more sense because it was like Rebecca Hall. And then of course like all the possibilities of what the Rebecca Hall moment could have been. Like, oh my God, was there some sort of like race-based joke made on her behalf because she made a film called Passing, and I think she's talked about how she's like 1/4 African American or something like that. Was there some bullshit that some comedian said about that? And but no, it's fine, it's good. It's just Regina Hall, thank God. Infernal Affairs was out a year before the screenplay remake, so it's understandable. Oh, I see. I guess in my mind I always considered like Infernal Affairs coming out in the late 80s, and I don't know why I would make that assumption. He asked the teller to discreetly put the money in the bag because it was a large sum and he didn't want anyone nearby to see. Right. Speaking of the director of Black Panther getting almost arrested and being put in handcuffs because he was just taking money out of his own bank account. Another Round remake. Yeah, that's another one. That one's coming soon, I think, which is going to be so stupid because like that film in a very specific way is criticizing the booze culture of Denmark. And I know that a similar kind of culture does exist in the United States. Like if you were to go to say tailgate parties before football games and things like this, people are getting wasted. People are getting super drunk. But in Denmark, like part of that film is addressing the way in which alcohol is like stitched into Danish society. To a degree that I just don't think it is when we're talking about the United States or even Canada. So, yeah, I don't know. It'll be weird to see how they actually end up approaching it. The Upside Dory, yes, that's the American remake of the French film that I was thinking of, that stars Bryan Cranston. And I think that comedian, Kevin Hart, I think Kevin Hart's in it as well. Even in my country, India, I face racism and biasness because I'm a few shades darker brown compared to lighter brown guys, all thanks to white skin privilege. Yeah, that's something that's we've started seeing coming up in articles, at least in terms of Hollywood, because, you know, where I am right now, I don't see, because of the media bubble I kind of live in, I don't see anything about like racism inside of India, unfortunately, and I'm sorry that you have to experience that. That's pretty terrible. But yeah, we've been seeing some stuff about this recently in regards to like black actresses sometimes being passed over for roles because their skin is too dark, and the role then being given to another black woman who is a lighter shade of black. I think Zazie Beetz was accused of this, or the filmmakers of The Harder They Fall were accused of this in terms of Zazie Beetz being in The Harder They Fall. I think there was something about that. And I think Zoe Kravitz also faced something similar. What was it? She auditioned to be Catwoman in The Dark Knight Rises, but was told that she looked too urban at the time, which is just a fucking... I can't fucking believe people sometimes. And just imagine how much better The Dark Knight Rises would have been. Like, and no shade to Anne Hathaway, I really enjoy her as an actress. I think we all know Zoe Kravitz is like a better Catwoman at this point. So, you know, just imagine having that better Catwoman in Dark Knight Rises. Doesn't fix a lot of the story issues of that movie, but it fixes the Catwoman problem. Yeah. So yeah, what Andy, what you're talking about also exists also exists in North America, and it's just another hurdle that that actors and actresses, specifically women, have to deal with in Hollywood still, because it's deemed by some producers and whatever that people will find lighter skinned black people to be less jarring or offensive or whatever to white people. It's all just fucking bullshit. I'm probably going to be like kind of sour and salty for this live stream. I don't know what's getting into me right now, but I feel like I've got a lot of aggression in me that I need to get out. I'll try to keep it light, though. I'll try to keep it light. Best movie featuring deaf characters: Coda, A Quiet Place, Sound of Metal, and Eternals. Sound of Metal, certainly. Sound of Metal is easily the best out of those ones. And then probably A Quiet Place, and then probably Coda. Although I think Quiet Place Part 2 is better than A Quiet Place, and I think Coda is probably better than A Quiet Place, but not as good as A Quiet Place Part 2. Although maybe it is. Heard about Indian film RRR doing great box office this weekend. Last week's we had anime, jujutsu, and South Korean docu K-pop. Is it the stage where foreign movies are taking over Hollywood movies in the US? No, it's just kind of where we are in the release schedule. We're getting Morpheus coming out this weekend, and that's basically going to kick off like a somewhat big Hollywood movie coming out every weekend until the end of the summer. Like, we're getting very close to the summer movie season. I think Morpheus is probably, at least they're hoping, Morpheus will kick off the summer movie season. So, you know, it'll be less likely that we see as many foreign language films, non-English language films, getting into North American theaters. And like, obviously that will depend on where you live. You know, I live in Toronto. I have like a 24 theater multiplex not that far from me. They often program non-English language stuff because they don't have enough films to fill their theater, which is actually a good thing because it means that a lot of different people can come in and see a movie. And in a multicultural city like Toronto, that's a great thing to have. But if you're like in sort of like a town of, say, 50 to 100,000 people, and you have an 8-screen multiplex, half of that's going to be the Batman, or I guess this weekend, like 2 or 3 of those screens are going to be Morbius, and then you're going to have one screen showing Batman, one screen showing Spider-Man, another screen showing some other Hollywood film, and like that variety's not going to be there. Jim Carrey said he would have sued Will Smith for $200 million because he said that video will exist forever. I mean, Jim Carrey can say whatever he wants. I think it's pretty clear that Chris Rock is perhaps not going to do that. Although there's been no statement from Chris Rock, so we have no idea what's going to happen. We just know that he's not going to. He's just not going to have. He's not going to press charges. So yeah. Best movie featuring deaf is Tenet because no one can hear what anyone is saying. True. Just came on and I can tell you were talking about Druk. Another round. Yep. Another round is sick. We were talking about the possibility of it being remade, and like if Coda being a remake of a French film means that Hollywood's just going to start trying to remake like a bunch of smaller films in hope of winning Best Picture. But another round being adapted into American film, that was announced well before Coda won. So the degree to which this will become a trend, maybe another round can tell us something about that when it is remade. But as right now, Hollywood's going to keep remaking stuff. That's just what they do. Whether or not it becomes like a strategy to for sure get them into Oscar consideration, I don't know. That's usually a good strategy, though, because it means that you can make some more money. I would really love to see an article or something talking about Apple TV Plus subscriptions and what happened to them after Coda won Best Picture. Be really interesting to see if they went up. What a Sunday night. What a night Sunday was, though. Remember how like 300 people shuffled into the chat after, and it got to a point where you couldn't talk about Will Smith anymore? Like it just became too much? Yeah, like at that point I was just exhausted, I had been preparing all day. I had watched a movie at 10 a.m. I knew that I was going to be cutting together like my reaction highlight thing after I got off stream, and it was just like, okay, if I'm going to stay on like later and talk to people about movies, I need to stop talking about Will Smith. And then here we are again. But I mean, I don't mind doing it now because I've actually had some sleep. I feel so happy Coda winning Best Picture because more people can see the talented Eugenio Derbez. I mean, I've mentioned this before. I'll push back on that a little bit. He was my least favorite part of the film. He didn't work for me. I don't know what to tell you beyond that. I'm sure he's been in other stuff though where he's been good. Like most actors are like that way. How cool and smart is Denzel? Denzel said, "At your highest moment, be careful. That's when the devil comes for you." Yeah, it's a good saying. You know, I probably would say something different because me and the devil are on good terms with each other. No way is part 2 better than the first one. I assume you're talking about A Quiet Place. I enjoyed part 2 a little bit more. I'll be honest. How much of that is the fact that like Quiet Place Part 2 is the first film that I saw after the most recent lockdown? I don't know, but I was probably just so happy to be in the movies. I was having fun. To me, they're both the same movie. I think the second one just works a little bit better from a story standpoint. There's less weird bullshit in the second one. Kind of like, you know, you can watch the first one and say like, well, why don't they just live near the waterfall? Why don't they do this? Why don't they do that? Whereas in the second one, it's a bit tighter in that regards. There aren't as many obvious like plot details or plot holes going on. Oh, Dora, you saw Everything Everywhere All at Once? Well, I'm about to talk about it, so you can tell me if you agree with what I'm talking about. Triple R released in 1,000+ theaters and did over 10 million weekend box office. Do you think Indian movies are getting more recognition in U.S. theaters? Honestly, I think that's just an example of the Indian populations of North American cities becoming more dense. Bollywood as a whole still has a fairly, not a negative connotation, but like everyone has, whether it be through like The Simpsons or other what do I want to say here? Everyone kind of has an idea in their mind of what Bollywood is without ever having actually seen a Bollywood film. So I think white audiences and North American audiences that are not Indian, like they sort of already know what a Bollywood film is, and so they're not showing up for them. So I think the amount of money that you're seeing some of these Bollywood / Indian films making in North America is more indicative of a population swell from India, from that part of the world, and as a consequence of that, more theaters are putting those films on their screens because there's more demand for them, right? But it is good. Like the more those films are around and in theaters, the more people are going to end up checking them out when they have the opportunity to. Like that's just how it's going to work. It's why representation is so important. There are some truly awful remakes from Hollywood, like The Vanishing and After the Wedding. Oh, yeah. And there's some good ones. But yeah, there's some bad ones, too. Missouri just legalized namaz on public and mosque songs. Does this disturb the public? Wait, what? I'm not sure what you're talking about, Andy. If Oscars are afraid about backlash they get from African Americans if they cancel the Best Actor award for Will Smith, why didn't they give it to Denzel, who is also African American? Well, that's not how the Oscars work. Like they vote on the winner, and then the winner gets it, and then in very extreme circumstances they may revoke the Oscar. But like for the Harvey Weinstein Oscars that were revoked, they didn't just like give the Oscar to someone else who would have won that year if not for Harvey Weinstein like existing, right? So yeah, they're not going to just give Will Smith's Oscar to someone else, whether they're black or not. You'll be proud of me for my short story scholarship writing. All I have to do now is put a title to it and find a way to get it onto a file and get it onto the website. Congratulations! Sounds like you're almost done. Way to go, Ella. I watch Bollywood and I'm Chinese. Dora, that's great. That's great. I just think that, and I'm probably just speaking from my own biases here, but I just think that like white people, especially white people, don't care about Bollywood films. I've enjoyed the ones that I've seen, but I also don't actively search them out. So I'm part of the problem as well. Also, are you going to be watching Moon Knight on Disney Plus? Not on Disney Plus, but I will probably end up watching Moon Knight at some point. I watched the rest of your Oscar stream on Monday. I don't think those two guys understood the G.I. Jane reference. It's from 1997, right? You got so many new subscribers. Yeah, Yeah, the Oscar live stream was great. That's why I stayed on as late as I did. Dory, I know you were on at some point during the live stream. You joked about me staying on until 3 a.m. to analyze the Will Smith slap, and I got off stream at like 2 a.m. So that stream went for almost 8 hours. Honestly, I still think I'm feeling the effects of it. I thought I was over it, but I'm feeling a little drunk almost right now. It's weird. Maybe I'm just happy to be talking about movies. All right, so how about I actually get into what I have titled this live stream around now that we're a full hour into it. Let's talk about some movies that I saw over the weekend. The first one is going to be one that Dory also saw, so we'll be able to chat about that. The other great thing about this movie, and I'm going to show you the trailer for Everything Everywhere All at Once. Great thing about this movie is that it's one of those movies that's almost like not spoilable. Like I could literally tell you point for point the entire plot of the movie, and you would go to see it and be like, oh, what? you probably actually thank me, because it would allow you to like understand the film a little bit more. But let's check out the trailer for this, and then I'll talk a bit about it.
Mrs. Wang.
Circles are
Mrs.
important.
Wang.
Mrs. Wang, are you with us?
Hey, it's Jamie Lee Curtis.
I am paying attention.
Hey, it's Michelle Yeoh. So
Wang, are you with
I'll
us?
get into it a bit more. Also, can you guys see these right here? Do they look like things that perhaps go up someone's butt? Because they might. They might.
I am paying attention.
But also, this film features these two actors here. I'm just gonna look up. Yeah, I just want to look up their names so I make sure I get them right. The guy on the right, I'm sure you recognize from being in like a whole crap load of Hollywood films. But the guy on the left, you may not recognize. I just want to get his name right, because I feel like he's someone we're going to be talking about. Ki-Hu Kwan is the man on the left, and James Hong was the man on the right. So Ki-Hu Kwan, who you can see here, that is Short Round from the second Indiana Jones film. He transitioned his career into being more of a behind-the-scenes person, stunt choreographer, things like this. And this was one of the first times he's been in front of camera since doing like Temple of Doom and The Goonies. So he is kind of a revelation in this film. But let's continue on and just watch the rest of this. Maybe I'll back up a bit. Maybe let's go back to the start. It's a good trailer.
Mrs. Wang. Mrs. Wang.
Mrs. Wang, are you with us?
I am paying attention.
Now, you may only see a pile of receipts, but I see a story. I can see where this story is going. It does not look good.
What's happening?
Evelyn, I'm not your husband. I'm another version of him from another universe. I'm here because we need your help.
Very busy today. No time to help you.
Across the multiverse, I've seen thousands of Evelyns. You can access all their memories, their emotions, even their skills. There's a great evil spreading throughout the many verses. And you may be your only chance of stopping it.
Don't make me fight you. I am really good.
I don't believe you.
That is Jamie Lee Curtis, yes.
Wow, that was really good.
He's waiting in the wings.
The
He
universe
speaks of senseless things.
is so much bigger
It is you and me.
than you realize.
Of all the places I could be, I just want to be here with you.
Remember our mission concerning the fate of every single world of our infinite multiverse.
is no way I am the Evelyn you are looking for.
Every rejection, every disappointment has led you here. To this moment. Don't let anything distract you from it.
Incredible. Where does one even begin? Where does one even begin? Where does one even begin when talking about everything, everywhere, all at once? So as you see in the trailer, it is a multi-dimensional kung fu movie where Michelle Yeoh discovers that there are multiple dimensions, and she, through a fairly fun way, can have access to the skills of different people, different versions of herself in those different universes. And that is really just scratching the surface of it. You would have seen in the trailer that it's directed by the Daniels, who are the directing duo responsible for Swiss Army Man, that kind of batshit insane Paul Dano, Radcliffe, what's his name? Something Radcliffe. You know what I'm talking about. From Harry Potter. And this is so ambitious. I'm kind of tripping over myself. Everything Everywhere All at Once is so ambitious and so audacious and so ridiculous and so endearing that it boggles my mind that it even can exist. That something this sincere and this over the top can be a thing that exists in the universe that we live in right now. When I did see this film at TIFF Sunday morning before the Oscars, the person presenting it, Norm Wilner, he referred to it, and he said this to the directors, and they seemed to agree with them that that Everything Everywhere All at Once is like The Matrix, but made with pipe cleaners. This kind of idea that there are other worlds and threats in those other worlds that can come to you, but it's, you know, made with pipe cleaners, which kind of speaks to a DIY aesthetic. The economy of this film is actually pretty great. And when I say economy of it, I mean like how they were actually able to shoot something this complicated on what I can only imagine was a much lower budget. It's kind of a love letter to Michelle Yeoh's career. It makes references to even filmmaking styles. It makes references to Wong Kar-wai films, specifically how he shoots some of his films, going back to like Chungking Express and things like this. And this is turning into a word salad. It doesn't make any sense, but there's just something so endearing about this film. The way that the directors approach the material, the way that everyone in the cast buys into it, and how it becomes a meditation on nihilism, on what is the meaning of existence, what is the meaning of life, what can we say about all of those times when we thought we were going to take on a new hobby and that didn't pan out, and we always thought to ourselves, well, what if I tried this a little bit longer or a little bit harder at it? What would my life look like now because of this? And all of those themes are approached in this larger sort of chocolate shell of Kung Fu awesomeness, which Dory rightly in the chat pointed out is on the same level as John Wick. In fact, I think it's better than, I think the Kung Fu and the fighting in this film is better than John Wick, for sure. I think I'd say that it's on the same level as the first Matrix film. It's just good from up and down, side to side. Incredible film. Man. It's out in limited release right now. It's going to be in wide release on April 8th, I believe. And it's a film that you must absolutely go see. It's a film that you must absolutely go watch. It is incredible. It's incredible. It even received, and this is now something I've noticed that I've started doing, occasionally on Letterboxd, I will give a movie a review and I'll just say, holy shit. And this movie got a holy shit review. And those kinds of films, I started to like think about it a little bit over the weekend. Like, what does a film need to do in order to earn a holy shit from me? And it is a film that I think is audacious that is difficult, that is doing something that you've really just never seen before and manages to nail it. I think the only thing that I would say about it is that they over-explain the premise a little bit too much during the film, and I know that is there so that people can sort of keep up with the story, because it does get a little bit complicated. There are a lot of mechanics in play in terms of the plot and how everything within the plot functions and how they relate to each other. But I think that when you start rewatching this film over and over again, the over-explanation of how things work, of how the mechanics of the story work, will start to become a little boring and a little bit tiresome. But for people who are watching it first time through, I think you're going to have a great time. I think you're going to have a great, great old time. I'm definitely going to be going to see it again in theaters. I'm hoping that they play it again at TIFF. I'm going to go with some friends and just get into it. Dory saying that Titan was a holy shit movie for you. I can see it. I can see it. No Way Home got holy shit. Not from me, but I'm sure from some people it did. Daniel Radcliffe. Yes, thank you, everyone. I love Swiss Army Man. That film was well done. Yeah, it's pretty sick. Do you think Michelle Yeoh is first Asian action woman in Hollywood? I don't believe so. In terms of just who was the first one to translate over from Hong Kong cinema, and no, I don't think so. I mean, oh, she's Malaysian. I didn't know that. I thought she was from Hong Kong. Okay, well, she was active in 1983. When did she make the jump over? Let's see. Career. List of Michelle Yeoh performances. Film. When? So she was in Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. She was in Tomorrow Never Dies. That was in 97. What I'm really comparing this to is... Yeah, so Joan Chen. And I'm not sure where Joan Chen is from. Let me just double check that, because if she was born in America, then she's a Chinese-American actress, but she was born where? Oh, she was born in China. She was born in Shanghai. So she was in Twin Peaks in 1991, and was appearing in films of that time around that time. So, she appeared in, say, Judge Dredd, the original Judge Dredd. I recently saw her in Wedlock. She was in that as well. So I don't think she broke through to major success, but she did do some work before Michelle Yeoh made it to North America. But Michelle Yeoh may have been the first high-profile one, certainly. Deadly Hallows Part 2 is great too. What? Love Prisoner. That dialect was awesome. Yeah, Prisoner is awesome. Everything, Everywhere, All at Once, perfect comedy, big laughs. Guess what? I cried. Excuse me. Guess what? Dory cried too. I got tears in my eyes from that sneeze. But yeah, it's a touching, emotional film too. That's it's the incredible thing about it. It's just everything. It's everything you could want. It's everything, everywhere, all at once. It's actually the perfect title for that film. Watch the Top Gun 2 trailer. It's awesome. All right. You got me to do it. I'll do it. I'll watch Top Gun. You guys know how difficult it is for me to consider even thinking about Top Gun. Let's see. Can we get the original version? Rocco, what are you doing? What are you talking about, cat? There we go. So this is the new Top Gun trailer. Let me just get this set up. DSS Cam, no, you did not win the Oscar pool. Sorry to say. That was Jared. Jared won the pool. All right, let's watch. Ooh, better turn this over. Let's watch the Top Gun 2 trailer. Maybe I'll like this. Maybe I'll like it more the second time around. Did the winner of the Blu-rays contact you, TJ? Yeah, he actually came on the live stream much later in the evening. So me streaming until 2 a.m. actually served a proper function. All right, Top Gun 2 trailer. Let's go. Let's go to the danger zone.
Here we go. In 3, 2, 1.
Done. So, this cut kind of bothers me. And I'm looking at this again now, and I kind of see that he's sort of going in from a desert area into a more green area. But just this desert shot to this kind of greenery and stuff, I'm like, oh, these are just two different scenes with planes that you're trying to cut together into a trailer. Anyways. Done.
What do we have here? Yeah, here I thought we were special.
Fellas, this here's Bagman.
Hangman.
Whatever.
What the hell kind of mission is this?
Everyone here is the best there is. Who the hell are they gonna get to teach us?
So, like, based on this trailer and how this trailer starts out, I'm going to assume that, like, the Top Gun school maybe doesn't exist anymore, or doesn't, it's not like they're doing Top Gun. Like, it doesn't seem like they're doing just the same thing from the first film with Maverick as in Tom Skerritt's role. It seems like they're doing something more like there is something that has to get done. There is a mission that has to get done, but there's like something about that mission that is so difficult that they need Maverick to come back and teach that to these kids, and then probably at some point take over the mission and be like their leader or something like that. And then like the emotional arc of the film is going to be like, can Maverick and Goose's kid like build up a relationship or rapport with each other, considering that Goose's kid still blames Maverick for Goose's death. So I don't think we're getting kind of like a rehash of the first film's plot, just based on sort of the things that are getting said here. You can't stand Miles Teller because he's too cocky, which makes him perfect to be in Top Gun. You gotta be cocky to be the best of the best.
Captain Pete Maverick Mitchell. Let me be perfectly blunt. You are not my first choice. You are here at the request of Admiral Kazansky, AKA Iceman. He seems to think that you have something left to offer the Navy. What that is, I can't imagine.
Good old Iceman.
With all due respect, sir, I'm not a teacher. Just want to manage expectations.
What the hell? Good morning, aviators. This is your captain speaking.
It must be nice for someone who's cutting trailers, because they can basically put whatever lines they want under these shots of Maverick with the mask on. Because like that line of "Good morning, aviators" in the last trailer was on a different shot, so they're just kind of like picking and choosing and like placing all the stuff wherever they want to, and they can because they're not showing the mouths moving.
Patience.
What the hell? Good morning, aviators. This is your captain speaking.
And we're off.
Here we go. In 3, 2, 1.
We're going into combat on a level no living pilot's ever seen. Not even him.
You think up there you're dead. Believe me.
My dad believed in you. I'm not gonna make the same mistake.
Someone's not coming back from this.
Those are your pilots. Anything happens to them.
Smoke in the air!
You'll never forgive yourself.
No turning back now.
Come on!
Jeez!
Having any fun yet?
Da, 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 da. So just a couple of fun things. I think I noticed this when I was watching the trailer the first time, but they do make allusions to things that happen in the original Top Gun as well, like this shot here. Not this shot, but I'll point it out. In the plane, yeah. So this right here, that's a really good pause by me. Pat on the back. This shot of like the plane coming right between the two, something similar happens in the first film. So it seems like they're also trying to like make some allusions to the first film as well. Love the theme of Top Gun, absolutely. Top Gun, everything is just great.
Having any fun yet?
Stripper Bot is here. Hooray. How does it know when I'm watching Top Gun? How does it know that? Let's see here. Ezra Miller was arrested. Yeah, it was like disorderly conduct or something like that, right? It was a bar fight. Did the winner of the Blu-rays contact you, TJ? Yes, they did. I was rooting for Tracy and Louis to win the Oscar pool. It was so close. It was such a close Oscar pool. He's great, incredible in Whiplash. Speaking of Miles Teller, Teller is the son of Goose. Yep. Yes, he was arrested, disorderly conduct. Speaking of Ezra Miller, pretty solid sequel plot, IMO. Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see if I'm right. I'm also curious too. Like, is Jennifer Connelly playing Charlie in this, or is she a new person? Let's see if we can find out. Let's do some sleuthing, and by sleuthing I mean going to the Wikipedia page. As Penny Benjamin. Wait. Oh, she's referenced in the first film. Yeah. There's oh my god. What's the line? What's the line in the original? It's like he's done three flybys, something other, and on one Admiral's daughter. And they mention the name Penny Benjamin at some point in the film. So she's playing the Admiral's daughter that Maverick like slept with before before the events of Top Gun. That's actually kind of awesome. I kind of love that they're bringing that back. That's sick. That's sick. Also, the fact that Goose's son is his name is Rooster. Okay. Let's see here. Looking forward to going back to the highway to the danger zone. Hell yeah. Andre's here. What's up, man? I'm doing well. I'm feeling tired though. I'm feeling weird. I think the events of Sunday are still affecting me. Just turn on that overhead light. Ooh, Jennifer Connelly still a smoke show. Yeah. She's new. Who's Penny? Yeah. She's someone who's referenced in the original film. Did you know how Netflix intro sounds like ta-dun? Yeah, it's what's his name? It's Kevin Spacey like hitting his knuckle on the table from House of Cards. That sound. Maverick, you just did an incredibly brave thing. What you should have done was land your plane. You don't own that plane. The taxpayers do. Son, your ego is writing checks your body can't cash. You've been busted, lost your qualifications as section leader 3 times, put in hack twice by me, with a history of high-speed passes over 5 air control towers and 1 Admiral's daughter. And then Goose looks at Maverick and says, Penny Benjamin? And then Maverick's like, Yes, thank you, Dory. That's exactly what I was trying to think of. This and Multiverse of Madness and MI6, what a year for Tom. Is Tom Cruise going to be in Multiverse of Madness? I hadn't heard that. It was a Dune joke. It flopped. Oh, to Dune. Oh my god. That's how tired I am. I'm not even seeing the Dune jokes. Okay, so let's head back over to here. I'm going to give some of my thoughts on the Lost City, but I'm going to show you guys the trailers so we're all on the same page.
3, 2, 1. Here's a
trailer
trailer
for the Lost City.
Here's a trailer for the Lost City.
Screw you, man.
And Radcliffe is so small.
You led me straight to the Lost City. Now, prepare to die.
There were just hundreds of snakes in this temple just waiting for us to show up?
What?
Yeah,
Why aren't they biting that guy?
This is ridiculous. Delete. Delete. Delete.
Listen, Loretta, we need you to promote your new book on the Lost City. You can't spend your life in the bathtub drinking Chardonnay with ice.
Ladies and gentlemen, the world's sexiest cover model, Dash McMahon!
You do know you're not Dash, right? Dash is a character I made up. Dash! Oh my god. Oh, crap.
Miss Sage, I enjoyed your book about the Lost City, and I believe you're the one who can help me find its treasure.
I have have to respectfully decline.
I'm afraid I must insist.
Unchain me!
That's your seatbelt.
Loretta Sage is missing.
I'm gonna rescue her. I just want her to think of me as more than a cover model.
Let's start living dangerously.
Alan, what are you doing here?
We're here to save you. I'm certified CPR, I'm certified CrossFit. I have snacks.
After that!
This is like your book. We're on a Love More and Dash adventure
bit.
right now. I'm gonna help you out a little bit. Let's go.
What are you doing? Don't do that. Oh, God, get out of there. This is not a romance novel. Jungles eat people like us.
Ah, what is that? Get it off.
Just give me a
Please.
second.
I can
Just
feel him
stop speaking. Please
sucking
stop
my
speaking. Just
soul.
stop
Rip her like a bandit. Don't make that sound. Feels like there's more.
Holy Mother of
more?
God.
They're just sucking on my butt like a big old Jamba Juice.
One thing I will tell you about the film right now is that you do get to see a close-up of Channing Tatum's butt. So if that's something that you're interested in, you should already be on your way to the theaters.
We're so close. I could actually find the lost city.
If I don't get to this island, my friend and her cover model are going to die.
I am driving.
Oh!
Oh! Oh! Oh!
Loretta Sage, getting you out of here.
Why are you so handsome?
My dad was a weatherman.
Hey, whoa, she doesn't need saving in there.
Okay.
What are you doing in there?
So there you have it. Lost City. So as always, when talking about a film like The Lost City, I do have to give my little speech about why I cannot be impartial with a film like this, because it is technically a movie where people find clues that lead them to places and then find more clues at those places to bring them to more places. I really need to find an acronym for that type of film, because just saying that out loud doesn't work that well. So in the way that Red Notice is the dumb action movie version of that type of film, The Lost City is the romantic comedy version of that type of film. Sandra Bullock is Sandra Bullock was an archaeologist. She was really into doing all this stuff with her husband. She then didn't really have the best career path forward, so she turned to writing romance novels that were based on her experience being an archaeologist, being an adventurer of sorts. And Channing Tatum is the cover model of those books. The sort of conceit of the film is that Sandra Bullock's husband died off screen like years ago, and that left her feeling alone, isolated, and she basically hasn't left her home in like 5 years. The first thing I'll say about the film is like that setup seems like the film was trying to find a way to talk about the effects of isolation without specifically mentioning COVID-19, the pandemic, all of that other stuff. They were trying to do their best to tell a story about what it can be like when you cut yourself off from the world and what you are missing out on by being so isolated. And I guess they kind of were thinking about it in terms of this film, hopefully getting people to like go back out there and to restart their lives and start doing those things that they loved before the pandemic shut them all down. And I'm wondering now how much we're going to get this in other films moving forward, how people are going to try to address the sort of overarching themes of what it was like to live through COVID without actually talking about COVID, try to stealth it in there, you know? So I give the filmmakers some credit there, because they clearly wanted to tell a post-COVID-19 story without talking about viruses or masks or anything like that. So great, good. I'm happy with that. Good decision on their part. What else is there to say about this? Oh yeah, so The Lost City definitely is the romantic comedy version of one of those films where people find stuff that finds clues and that takes them to places where they find more clues. What I was impressed by probably the most in this film was Channing Tatum himself. He is his normal charming self, but he has this sort of way of being able to present himself in the first part of the film as being goofy, as being aloof, as not really understanding how other humans exist and how they work. And then over the course of the film, you start to understand that he actually is a highly well, I wouldn't say intelligent, but a highly empathetic, an emotionally attuned person. And as that comes out, it's all in line with beats where the relationship between Channing Tatum and Sandra Bullock are starting to fall in love with each other. And obviously, a lot of those beats are also comedic in nature. You just saw in the trailer the scene where Channing Tatum is having leeches ripped off of his body, including his very nice bum. I think this trailer also, the trailer kind of take three. The trailer also does a really good job of sort of hiding the plot of the film. The actual thing that is being ultimately searched for, is not even mentioned in this trailer, and only a couple of throwaway shots are actually from the last, say, third of the film. So most of what you see here in the trailer is the first third of the film. And I think this trailer also is doing a kind of service to the audience by how the trailer ends. And that is with the appearance of Brad Pitt being so handsome because his father was a weatherman. And with where the trailer ends, I think the audience, and you guys can let me know if you thought this way as well, is that the main narrative thrust of the film will be Channing Tatum being kind of an aloof goofball and Brad Pitt sort of fighting and competing over the affections of Sandra Bullock as they attempt to escape from this island that she has been kidnapped and taken to. And that's actually a curveball. That is, or maybe curveball is not the right word, but it's something that is not necessarily true and reflective of how the story actually goes. And so there are moments of surprise in the film. Lovely, wonderful surprise. So once again, this is a movie that will surprise you with its actual quality. And while viewing it, while watching it, I was kind of always just not in awe, but just appreciative of the skill that was put into it. Like, this did not feel like any old film where people just showed up, got paid, said their lines, and then just continued on their merry little way. This film didn't feel like a rest stop for everybody. Everyone was just on board with the concept, on board with the idea of making it as best as they could, and they executed on it fairly well. I would say from an execution standpoint, they pretty much nailed it. I won't say that like the degree of difficulty was super high. This is certainly not an audacious film, as I like to say about other films that I really, really love. But they pulled it off well. They did a good job. And if you were to go look at my Letterboxd review of this, you would see that I was making allusions to this film in terms of fast food. And we often see this in terms of like American pop culture, that it's all like fast food. It's all easily it's all easily digestible. It's cheap. It's quick. It gets the job done. But overall, you're not going to care about it, and no one's ever going to remember like the greatest Big Mac they ever had in their life, right? And this film certainly is fast food, but in the way that fast food can make you feel like crap as soon as you're done eating the fast food, this film, The Lost City, does not do that. The metaphor does not extend that far. And I left the theater with a smile on my face, thinking like, you know what? That was fun. I had a fun time with that. I had a good time with this movie. So it's certainly not going to be something that will be in any kind of Oscar conversations, and maybe we can just put a moratorium out on actually saying the word Oscar for like 5 or 6 months. Wait until TIFF rolls around, and then we can start talking about Oscars again. But yeah, this was a good one. This was a good, solid movie, and I recommend it. I recommend that people go see it. I think if you're looking for just a fun date night movie, or like a self-date movie where you can just hug yourself, eat some popcorn, and watch Channing Tatum be super charming, then yeah, pick this one. Go see it. Go check it out. It's #1 at the box office for a reason. It's solid. So props. Two thumbs up from TJ, this guy right here. Is it better than Showgirls 2? Having not seen Showgirls 2, I cannot comment. Based on the trailer that I've seen for Showgirls 2, yes. Yes, 1,000 times yes. Yes. Let's get this guy to 1,000 subs. Yeah, that'd be nice. We're getting closer. Yeah, I heard Pitt is a supporting role, not just a cameo. It is more of a supporting role, yes. That was a very Stand By Me inspired scene. Oh, with the leeches? Right. Tatum was good in Hateful Eight. Oh, I forgot he was even in that. It's been so long since I have seen Hateful Eight. I think I've only seen it once, and I only saw it in theaters. A 70mm screening of it, to be fair, but still a long time ago. Ghostbusters Afterlife was good, pretty much an apology letter for the 2016 one. I mean, I don't really think that Afterlife was that good either. It's kind of like, there's no point in saying which one is better because neither of them are that good. Bullet was good in Gravity. Yeah, for sure. Pitt was good in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Yeah. He was nominated for an Oscar for that. Daniel was good in Harry Potter. Yep. Everything Everywhere All at Once is my Oscar pick for Best Picture 2023. I mean, if we lived in a just world, I can see that happening. I think it will get some kind of conversation, but once again, we're in the very early part of the year, and we don't really know how other films, what's going to be releasing in the next little while, and how that's all going to shake out. We don't even really know it's going to Cannes yet, except for Top Gun 2, but it'll be screening out of competition. So who really knows? Who really knows what's going to who knows what we're going to be talking about a little bit later down the line. No, Showgirls 2, nothing tops it. When will everyone be able to see Everything Everywhere All at Once? I believe it's April 8th. Let me double check. Depending on where you live, you might be able to see it now. Like, it's in limited release right now, and it's going wide in like 2 weeks or something. Also, Knitram is coming out tomorrow, and I remember talking about that on stream a little while ago. It's like nominated for all of the Australian Oscars or whatever they're called. So maybe that'll be available near where you live. So yes, it is April 8th that Everything Everywhere All at Once will be coming to theaters, along with Inland Empire re-release. What? I'm going to be talking about that one on a future live stream. You best believe it. So yeah, those are all my thoughts on The Lost City. If anyone has any questions about The Lost City, I'd be happy to answer them. That's just a fun movie. Better movie, Everything Everywhere All at Once or Titan? Oh, why do you ask me these questions? How am I supposed to answer that? They both feel like, I mean, okay, they're both audacious for sure. They both are visually unique. They are plays or riffs on genres that I like. Titan being a riff on body horror, and Everything Everywhere All at Once being a riff on a kung fu film, and also like just science fiction as well. Until I see Everything Everywhere All at Once a second time, I'm not really going to be able to answer that properly. I appreciated Titan a lot more the second time around because, once again, my expectations, I wasn't fighting my expectations on the second screening, whereas on the first screening I was. And so I'm hoping that by seeing it twice, I'll be able to get some of those expectations my expectations won't be affecting my viewing experience when I see it again. Oh man, Caleb Landry Jones looks intense in Knitram. He won Best Actor at Cannes for that. Oh, seriously? Oh, that was at Cannes too last year. Man, I hate that. Like, Cannes was 10 months ago. 10 months ago. How has it taken this long for this film to get to North America? That just bothers me, man. I hate that. Distributors in Hollywood wonder why people pirate films. Like, probably because it takes 10 months for films to come out after they get their first release at a major French festival. Ridiculous. Even if Ghostbusters Afterlife was not good, it was better than the 2016 one in every way. Grace was great. I don't know if it was better in every way, honestly. To me, they're on the same plane. They're on the same level. In that they don't really occupy much space in my brain. No, excuse me. Caleb was good in Get Out. Oh yeah. Everyone was good in Get Out. Get Out is just real good. All right, so next, I'm going to talk about a film that I watched last night. First time I had seen it. It is a Drew Barrymore film from 1992. called Poison Ivy. And no, it has nothing to do with the Batman villain. Although if it did, that would be pretty cool. Let's check out the trailer for Poison Ivy, and then I'll talk a little bit about it. And let me know in the chat if you've seen this film before as well. This is a pretty terrible looking trailer.
So what are you busted for?
I gotta keep a certain grade point average. I'm slipping in biology.
My name's Sylvie Cooper.
Like most 15-year-olds, what Sylvie Cooper wanted more than anything else was a best friend.
Everybody hates me.
Oh, well, everybody hates me too. Do you want to come over?
Someone to talk to.
Wow, this is great.
Someone to understand her.
Oh, Ivy, this is my mom, Georgie.
Till death.
Someone like Ivy.
It's nice and cool in here. I missed my ride.
No.
Dad, she's my best friend.
But Ivy didn't just want a friend. Ivy wanted more.
I hope that when I die, I'll have owned a sports car, had a family, a home.
And she'd do anything to get it.
Hello, Mr. Cooper. Care for anything?
What the hell are you doing in my mom's car?
Won't ever happen again.
Please stop!
Say it! I want to hear you say it! Are you accusing me of something?
Why did you do something?
No, Fred, come here. No, Fred, come here. We can all be together now. We can all be a family.
Man, Drew Barrymore was way down on the list of people in the film, eh? You've got, yeah, a Cat Shea Rubin film starring Tom Skerritt, Sarah Gilbert, with Cheryl Ladd and Drew Barrymore as like the fourth billed person. I thought she would have been listed as the star of this one. Very strange, very strange. So, Poison Ivy. Nick, I see you in the chat saying that it's the Poison Ivy is a classic. Love to know your thoughts on the original. So I guess with Poison Ivy, it seems like I can't get away from the fact that this is an erotic thriller. It was released in 1992, and if you do the calculations based on when Drew Barrymore was born, then she was only 17 when this film was made, and she's basically in the middle of a kind of sexual triangle between the Tom Skerritt character and his wife, played by Cheryl Ladd. I guess, well, it's not really a triangle. I shouldn't use that term in this context. But there's certainly a whole lot of sexualization of Drew Barrymore in this film going on. I actually see someone saying Drew Barrymore was good in E.T. Yeah, this film is 10 years. 10 years after E.T. Because E.T. came out in 82, I believe. And it's like it is strange watching this film and seeing a 17-year-old sexualized to the amount that Drew Barrymore was, considering her age at the time. Something I also just wanted to check quickly. Cache Rubin. Okay, yeah. So the one thing, I wanted to check. Or wait, is this the same person? Writer and director? Yeah, she did Poison Ivy. Yeah. So yeah, with Poison Ivy, it's directed by a woman, and it seems to make very strong use of the idea of the male gaze, which is something that exists in film. It's like a part of film theory. This idea that like the camera is quite often like a substitute for the male gaze in the way that it looks at women, and how women in the frame are typically shown. That idea started coming around, I believe, in the 50s and 60s, and is kind of best shown in like some Hitchcock films like Rear Window and Psycho. The way how the camera through editing can like metaphorically cut up the woman during the bathroom scene, as an example. And so this film, Poison Ivy, does a lot of the same stuff. The difference is that the gaze is shifted from the beginning onto the character who we saw in the film. What's her name? I just said her name out loud. To Sarah Gilbert's character. She often sees the character of Ivy like on a swing near the beginning. We get a voiceover from her perspective, talking about how beautiful she is, but like commenting on the way that she looks, speaking about Ivy. And we continue to get this voiceover all throughout the film. So there's kind of like this, it's almost like the sexualization of Drew Barrymore in this film, given her age, is almost sort of passed off because it's Gilbert. It's Gilbert's gaze. It's Sarah Gilbert's gaze that is doing that, at least initially. And then, of course, we get to the romance between Drew Barrymore's character and Tom Skerritt, which is uncomfortable. It's very uncomfortable to see it happen. Especially because as the film goes on, we sort of become a bit sympathetic towards Tom Skerritt's character, or at least we are supposed to be. And so this idea that he's chasing a 15-year-old, Drew Barrymore is playing a 15-year-old in the film. Yeah, it's obviously creepy and super sleazy and like real shitty. But they play him as being a bit more complex character than that. He's not just a caricature of like a hound dog man who's just chasing whatever woman he can get his hands on, or in the case of this film, underage girl. So yeah, it's a complicated film. It's a complex film in terms of how it characterizes and how the characters are viewed, the lens that they are viewed through. And there's also just a couple of very good performances in it. And I think I have to like highlight Tom Skerritt here. He absolutely comes off like a complete fucking asshole right at the beginning of the film. But then you can kind of see that he becomes affected by, and what his potential relationship with Ivy, what that does to him mentally. He starts drinking again. He loses his job. He starts, his like entire life starts to unravel around him. It's not like, I guess what I'm trying to say here is that there is an obvious cost that his pseudo pursuit of Ivy has on his life. And it also must be said that like Ivy is not necessarily a victim here. Like, she is portrayed in the film, even though she is a minor, she is portrayed as the aggressor in this relationship. The way that she like inserts herself into Sarah Gilbert's life, and then inserts herself into the life of Tom Skerritt's character. She is not portrayed as a victim despite her age. And then because of that, I think we're able to get a bit more depth to Skerritt's character. Like, he can be something more than just a predator when he is the one actually being preyed upon to a certain degree. But also, like, he would have no problems if he just didn't want to fuck a 15-year-old, right? Like, that's also part of this. Hey, Rocco, what did you think of Poison Ivy? You were here. You watched it with me, right? Oh, Rocco, everyone wants to see their favorite kitty. Oh, come on. Come on. There we go. Oh, Rocco's here. Look at Rocco. Bask in the glory of his tum-tum. Can you wave hello? Can you look at the camera? Oh, almost. Almost. There you go. Almost still. Yes, you're a very good cat. You're a very, very good cat. All right. Down you go. Thanks, Rocco. And just to go back to Tom Skerritt's character in Poison Ivy, there's actually this really wonderful moment. It's like after he starts drinking again for the first time, like there's the first moment where he has a drink, and it's due to it's due to Ivy basically like putting a glass of champagne or like bringing him a glass of champagne. And he's like, oh no, I'm not an alcoholic. I just had an aggressive drinking problem a while ago, but I'm fine now. And then like has this glass of champagne. And then we get this shot like early or a little bit later in the film where he is pouring himself like a glass or like some vodka into a cup, into a kind of coffee cup. And he's sort of like staring at the coffee cup and he's like, am I going to drink this? Am I going to drink this? And then he goes to like put it in his mouth and you can kind of see him like wrestling with whether or not he should take this drink. And then in a moment of strength, I think probably the last moment of strength he has in the film, he throws, he like tosses the vodka out of the cup and then puts the cup down. But then he sort of sees on his hand that some of the vodka he threw away from the glass, from the cup, is on his finger. And so then he just takes like a little lick of his finger, or goes like, mwah, and like gets some of the vodka that way. And you can kind of see that like the flavor of it, the taste of it, all of the neurons in his brain start firing, and he's like, oh my God, alcohol is fucking great. I love it. And then so then he pours himself another cup and then like takes a shot of that. And that I think is really a great microcosm for how his character falls from grace, basically in terms of his relationship with Ivy. There always seems to be like there always seems to be like a glance or a look that he's giving Ivy. Like he's certainly thinking about it, but he doesn't ever really think that he's going to like go past that line until she starts actually encouraging it. And there are other moments in the film where there's like the briefest of touches or something like this, and then he kind of like recoils from it, and then she gives just a little bit more, and then he basically gives up and goes after her fully. And so yeah, it was a wonderful piece of acting in that one scene with the cup of vodka, but also I think really speaks to Tom Skerritt's character and how he falls from grace as Ivy pursues him. So yeah, I will say Poison Ivy is a good movie. Like it is a pretty solid movie. It did just take a little bit of time to get over the fact that Drew Barrymore was like real young when she made that, and the degree to which she is sexualized is a little disturbing, to be honest. But in the context of the film, it makes sense. So I'm not going to knock the film too badly for that. And it is an erotic thriller. Like it's certainly meant to be a Lolita-esque. I believe I'm using that term correctly. A Lolita-esque type film. But yeah, it's good stuff. It's good stuff. So yeah, we have Nick here saying, oh, Drew Barrymore was fresh off of rehab during this. Really? So like she just got out of rehab and then did a movie like this? She got out of rehab when she was 17? Am I getting her her age wrong? No, she was born in 1975. So in 92 she would have been 70. Yeah, she would have been 17. Right? 85, 10, 90. Yeah. Okay. So she was in rehab when she was a teenager. Really? She posed nude for Playboy in 95. So that would have been 3 years later when she was 20. Okay. Barry's rebelliousness played itself out on screen and in print. She forged an image as a manipulative teenager seductress, beginning with Poison Ivy, which was a box office failure, but was popular on video and cable. Her character Ivy was ranked number 6 on a list of top 26 bad girls by Entertainment Weekly. Okay. There's not anything here about rehab, though. Oh, wait, there we go. Barrymore endured a troubled youth and continued acting during the decade. She starred in an anthology horror film Cat's Eye, also written by, I assume, Stephen King. The film received positive reviews, and Barrymore was nominated for a Young Artist Award for Best Leading Young Actress. She was offered a role of Cecilia in Dangerous Liaisons, but it went to Uma Thurman. Barrymore starred in the romance film See You in the Morning. Someone from the New York Times criticized the fashionable phoniness of the film, but positively singled out Barrymore. After her 12-day rehab treatment at the ASAP Family Treatment Center in Van Nuys, California, In Far From Home, she played a teenager who gets stranded with her father in a small town or remote part of the desert. The film was largely unnoticed by audiences and received negative reviews from critics who dismissed the sexual portrayal of her role. Interesting. Reminds me of that 1995 movie with Mark Wahlberg called Fear. I haven't seen Fear in a long time, if I've seen it even at all. I wonder if there's actually anything in the reception here about Poison Ivy that would kind of point to people talking about how Drew Barrymore was used in this film. Critical response. The film debuted at the Sundance Film Festival. Oh, and it also did win, I think, the Grand Jury Prize at Sundance. So there's that too. The film debuted at the Sundance Film Festival where, according to the New York Times, viewers were either enraptured or insulted. At the Seattle International Festival of Women Directors, it was perceived to be politically incorrect. Shea stated, "I always told New Line it was going to be different from what they thought. It's out to prove it's possible to make a film that's really artistic, that's an honest expression that comes from me, and that can still be commercial. I told them I can only make movies for myself. I just know that if I really love it, there's going to be a market for it." On Rotten Tomatoes, it has an approval rating of 39% based on 31 reviews. The site's critics' consensus reads, "An unpleasant thriller that lacks the self-awareness to dilute its sordid undertones. Poison Ivy is liable to give audiences a rash." Ooh. On Metacritic, it has a score of 51 out of 100 based on reviews from 24 critics, indicating mixed or average reviews. Variety wrote, "Suicide, hints of lesbianism, murder, staged accidents, and every other applicable melodramatic contrivance is dragged in." I mean, that is true. Unfortunately, it takes it all very seriously, while technical aspects are emptily polished. Roger Ebert gave it 2.5 out of 4 and wrote, Here the casting is so wrong that nothing quite works. The character Ivy was ranked as," yeah, we already talked about that. But there were sequels. I got some people saying hello to Rocco. Rocco, people said hello. They like you, Rocco. So yeah, she was emancipated from, speaking of Drew Barrymore, she was emancipated from her mom by this point, which is how she could do a crazy film like this at that age. Interesting. I also, yeah, it's like not even the fact that she would do it, more so the fact that the filmmakers would say like, yes, let's do this kind of film with a 17-year-old. And there was no nudity, but I also think that there couldn't have been nudity. And like, when I say no nudity, I mean they come real close. So yeah, it's strange. I feel like this gets said quite a bit these days, but like I don't think a film like this would get made today, at least not with that young of an actress. Lita was good in Biased Dollars Club, the Snyder Cut. Cool. MTV Movie Awards movie. Which one was that? Poison Ivy? Yes, I put my feet up and now I'm having a wonderful meal out. The audience loved The Lost City, so did I. Yeah, it's pretty good, eh? People saying hello to Rocco. Play with us today. The cameos were done much better than in 2006. I don't even think the cameos were done that well in the new Ghostbusters film. Like at the end, it all was just like, and the CGI and smoking as a kid was not a big deal back then. I mean, that's true. The main character is smoking a ton in that movie, in Poison Ivy. Uma was great in Pulp Fiction. Love seeing her. Jackson and Travolta at the Oscars. Yep. I thought she was 14 in rehab. Jesus. I mean, she may well have been. She was 17 in 92. So if, in the late 80s, if she went into rehab, as the Wikipedia article states, yeah, 17 or 14 is a possibility. You remember that Barrymore film Mad Love in 95? She was still in her wild phase at that point in time. I don't remember that film. I don't know if I've seen it before. I know that the first Scream movie was also during that sort of wild phase because that was 96. And like when people talk about that film, they often talk about like how white she looks in that film because of the amount of cocaine that she's on. Hey, she eats a plant-based diet. Nice. Good for her. Drew Barrymore is awesome. Personal life, awards, honors. What? Why do you not want to show me Drew Barrymore's filmography? Film, 95. She was in a movie called Bad Girls. Oh, that's a Western. Weird. Wayne's World 2. Björgen Kjörgen. I do not remember that. Let's see. Oh, Mad Love. Oh, wait. She was in Batman Forever? Oh, right. She played one of the hench girls for Tommy Lee Jones for his Two-Face. Mad Love. Here we go. With what's his name? Chris O'Donnell and Joan Allen. Really? Huh. Antonia Bird. Seems like she's, and this is like going from a very small sample of Drew Barrymore films I'm just like looking at here, but it seems like she's working with female directors more than what an average actor probably would. I wonder if she was like searching out that kind of stuff. Mad Love is a 1995 American teen comedy drama romance film. Oof. Directed by Antonia Bird and starring Drew Barrymore and Chris O'Donnell. It was written by Paulina Mine. The original score was composed by Andy Roberts. Cool. In Seattle, straight-laced Mark Leland falls in love with beautiful Casey Roberts, the new schoolmate from Chicago. They begin a relationship. So yeah, sounds like a kind of that. I'm not going to read the whole thing because like maybe people haven't seen Mad Love. Although I will say the soundtrack, the very first song is Love Buzz by Nirvana. So that's sick. Wait, the soundtrack also has Rocket from the Crypt on it? Is this like whole thing gonna be just like no, okay? Whenever I see Nirvana and like Rocket from the Crypt in a soundtrack, I'm like, oh, they're just going for like straight up grunge vibes. But there's also like Mozart here, and I don't think Mozart was well known, a well known member of the grunge scene in the '90s. So maybe not. Cuties was made, yeah. I mean, but Cuties was a French film, wasn't it? I guess I should say that when I say like, oh, that kind of movie wouldn't get made nowadays, I mean like made in North America. Yeah. So what was, I didn't actually see this film. What was the controversy around it? U.S. political responses. U.S. Senator Josh Hawley, who is a giant piece of shit, that's me talking, not Wikipedia, informally invited Netflix to discuss the film before Congress in a tweet. U.S. Senator Mike Lee of Utah sent a letter directly to Netflix CEO and requested an explanation on views as to whether or not the potential exploitation of minors in this film constitutes criminal behavior. Tulsi Gabbard of Hawaii explicitly called the film child porn and that it would whet the appetite of pedophiles, help fuel the child sex trafficking trade. All right, so the first thing that is interesting to me about this is that it seems like all of the politicians involved here are like shithead Republicans. Like just the dumb Republicans who chase controversial headlines in order to keep themselves relevant. Like Ted Cruz, Josh Hawley, Tulsi Gabbard, like they're all shitheads. So it automatically makes me think that this is not as much of an issue as it potentially could be. U.S. Senator Ted Cruz of Texas sent a letter to the Department of Justice to investigate whether Netflix, its executives, or the filmmakers violated any federal laws against the production and distribution of child pornography. This also broadly plays into a narrative that Republicans flirt with and that the QAnon conspiracy is like full on into, and that like Hollywood is involved in like child sex trafficking and that like Democrats are all pedophiles. Like this kind of plays into that. Christine Pelosi, daughter of U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, stated that Cuties hypersexualizes girls my daughter's age, no doubt to the delight of pedophiles like the one I prosecuted. Senator Tom Cotton of Arkansas, also noted asshole, and Representative Jim Banks of Indiana also both criticized the film in separate statements, calling for the U.S. Department of Justice to take legal action against Netflix, with Cotton saying there's no excuse for the sexualization of children, and Netflix's decision to promote the film Cuties is disgusting at best and a serious crime at worst. Representatives Ken Buck and Andy Biggs also called for the Department of Justice to investigate. The state attorneys general in Ohio, Florida, Louisiana, Texas have also written a letter to Netflix asking for the removal of the film. Donald Trump Jr., perhaps King Shithead, or really Prince Shithead, I guess, also condemned the film in a campaign event in Arizona, saying, you know what the left is doing? They're justifying Cuties. They're justifying pedophilia. Once again, this is just them playing into the larger narrative of Hollywood is full of pedophiles. And I see Nick here saying that Cuties was fucked. Like, I'm not saying that what these guys are saying is incorrect, but it does seem to play heavily into this narrative that they always try to perpetuate, or at least subtly sort of try to push out this ongoing narrative that Democrats, Hollywood elite, entertainment people, coastal elites, they're all just pedophiles. I was kind of hoping that this article would just talk about the see also criticism of Netflix. Okay, so this is another one. Okay, sexualization of children in Cuties. Cuties, a 2020 French film distributed internationally by Netflix, drew controversy after its release due to claims it sexualized children, particularly in response to the poster originally displayed on the streaming platform, which displayed actors, some of whom were only 12 years old, in booty shorts and crop tops, striking provocative dance poses. Netflix tried to minimize public backlash by suppressing the film in search results prior to its release. Politicians and government officials in Turkey and the U.S. made various complaints, including calling for an investigation of possible violations of child exploitation and child pornography laws, and asking for the film to be voluntarily removed by Netflix. And then it kind of gets in more about the people that I was talking about before. The director of the film stated in defense of the film that it tries to show that our children should have the time to be children, and we as adults should protect their innocence and keep them innocent as long as possible. She also stated the problem, of course, is that they are preteens and not women, and they don't realize what they are doing. The girls portrayed in the film performing in the local dance contest don't have the maturity, however, to realize what their gestures and dance moves look like to the audience. Interesting. So I guess she's trying to say that, like, she's trying to frame it, the director's trying to frame it as a critique or a satire of how society sexualizes children from an early age, and the director's just showing what that looks like, which it's not a bad defense of it in any case. All right, I haven't seen it, so I can't really speak about it more than just reading Wikipedia articles about it, but yeah. To me, just based on like who is listed here in the Wikipedia article, the politicians, it just sounds like a bunch of right-wing reactionaries like trying to get their names in the headlines. And if the director is to be believed at face value here, that they are just trying to show how preteens are being sexualized through things like dance competitions and beauty pageants and things like this, and that the world that they created for the film is a reflection of our own and not like an idealized version or the version of the world that they want to see, then that's likely a good defense from them. But once again, I haven't seen the film, so I have no idea. So and I guess to relate that back to Poison Ivy, just based on what I was talking about in the film being uncomfortable to watch because Drew Barrymore was the age that she was in that film, if I'm right and that the director, what the director did in Cuties, it was a way of, focusing a lens on something that they think is fucked up in society and is just showing it for what it is, and then being like, here, this is what's happening in society. And I think probably was hoping that politicians would look at this and say, oh, maybe we should not have these kinds of events or these kinds of things that are shown in the movie, as opposed to blaming the movie for having the audacity of showing what real life is actually like. I don't think the same sort of like saving of Poison Ivy can happen because it's not real life. Like, I don't think we're dealing with an epidemic of like 15-year-olds trying to fuck old men and like killing their wives and getting the dog to really like them and not learning how to drive stick shift properly. Like, I don't think we're dealing with an epidemic of that right now as a society. So if I'm right about Cuties and what the director was trying to do, which once again I have no idea if I am, that same kind of argument can't be used for Poison Ivy. Let's see. Yes, Two-Face's girlfriend with Debbie Mazar. Yeah, from Batman Forever. Red Rocket was very spicy. Yeah, for sure. But the actress who plays Strawberry is like 20 or 22 or something like that. And that's why they're actually able to show nudity in that film, or nudity from her, I should say. Though Chris Rock declined to press charges against Smith, Carey says he would have if it were him, doesn't want the hassle. I'd have announced this morning that I was suing Will for $200 million. I mean, Jim Carrey can say that if he wants to. He's probably just trying to keep his name in the headlines. Probably thinks it'll be good for like Sonic the Hedgehog 2 or something like that. It's all just posturing and bullshit at this point. Everyone's got an opinion and everyone wants to be on the talk show so people can be remembered and have their say and let people know that they still exist. Like, you know, don't pay too much attention to that kind of shit. Just focus on like what Will Smith does, what Chris Rock does, and what Jada Pinkett Smith does, and just try to ignore all of the other crap because that's just white noise. Cuties was fucked. All right. Carrie was great in Dumb and Dumber, Liar Liar, Eternal Sunshine. I mean, Liar Liar was one of my favorite films when I was a kid. Don, it's not Wordle time. I already did Wordle. I did Wordle a long time ago. And we got it. I think actually, who was it? Was it Anna that helped me solve it? I don't know if she's still here. I haven't seen her in a while. We're back on Will Smith again? LOL. No, I'm quickly moving away from it. I think I'm also done talking about Poison Ivy and Cuties. So what did I have queued up after that? Oh, yeah. All right. So it's just going to start getting into some film news. Some film news. Some news regarding cinema. Let's go over here. So this just kind of tells you how fucking terrible the box office was last year in terms of the amount of money made. The 2022 box office is well ahead of 2021 with the year's biggest movies still to come. So theater owners, rejoice. You're finally making money again. For obvious reasons, 2022 was an absolutely terrible year for the box office. 2021 was a big recovery year for the industry, but not one that came without its challenges. Hollywood had doubled down on streaming in a big way. The pandemic didn't fade out as quickly as many of us had hoped it would once vaccines started rolling out, and consumer habits have been irrevocably changed. The good news is that 2022 is shaping up to be an even better year for movie theaters, as the domestic box office is pacing well ahead of last year, and we still have the biggest movies of the year on deck. With March just about in the books, we are at the 1/4 mark of 2022. As of this writing, the domestic box office has brought in a total of $1.31 billion. If those numbers were to hold and multiply exactly 4 times over, 2022 would finish about 17% ahead of 2021, when the domestic market brought in a total of $4.48 billion. That is certainly encouraging, as movies like Spider-Man, No Way Home, and Batman have brought moviegoers out en masse over the past few months. Although the box office totals for the first 3 months of this year wouldn't include Spider-Man No Way Home because it came out in 2020. It came out in 2021. The 2022 box office can only include films that came out in 2022, as far as I'm aware. It's also important to note, and I think this is what the point of this article is going to be, is that they're just multiplying the first 3 weeks by 4 and getting a number that's 17% better than last year. But we've only had like one big blockbuster come out, and that is the Batman, with The Lost City also doing somewhat well at the box office in its first weekend. But obviously we have a lot of other big movies. Morbius is coming out. Avatar 2 is coming out. So many other big films. Doctor Strange, whatever Marvel films also need to come out. Like, there's a lot of stuff still to hit the box office, right? So I think what we're saying here is that, or what this article is getting at, is that movie theaters are going to be doing okay again, which is good. Now, it is important to note also, they mentioned here that last year theaters made around 4.4, let's call it $4.5 billion. Let's round up a little bit. Typically, the domestic box office between for a full year, they'll pull in close to they'll pull in close to 10, somewhere in between 10 and $12 billion a year usually. So that 4.5 billion from last year is less than half of what they're used to. So still, I'm sure a lot of theater companies and a lot of movie-related industries that are hurting from that kind of downturn. You don't just lose more than 50% of your revenue and have a good time. Let's continue with this a bit. The even better news is that it's believed that 2023 will be the year when the box office returns to normal on a global level. Grover Street Analytics said back in December that they expect 2022 to finish well ahead of last year, but next year will be the one to watch. The firm's director of theatrical rights, Robert Mitchell, said at one time, if the projection holds true, it would suggest the industry will need to wait until at least 2023 to see a full return to pre-pandemic global box office levels of over $40 billion. Our 2022 forecast is still 20% behind the average of the 3 pre-pandemic years. Yeah, and that makes sense. Which would mean if you just take that and like apply it to the domestic box office, then they are probably looking at making a little over $8 billion this year. Oh yeah, we also got that new Jurassic Park one. But yeah, this actually is going to start going into some of the bigger films coming out. So this is what we've got coming to theaters soon. It's going to make a lot of money, maybe. We'll see. Morbius, Sonic the Hedgehog 2, Ambulance, and Fantastic Beasts: The Secrets of Dumbledore are all coming out in April. Then things get even bigger in May with Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness. We also have got Jurassic World Dominion, the new Downton Abbey movie, which I don't know how much that's going to turn the turnstile, you know. Top Gun Maverick, Lightyear, the Buzz Lightyear film from Pixar. Nope, the new Jordan Peele film. The Black Phone, Thor: Love and Thunder, Black Panther: Wakanda Forever, Bullet Train, Black Adam, Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse Part 1, and that doesn't even cover it all. So yeah, a lot of bigger movies are coming out this year. So movie theater owners, rejoice. You are going to be fine. Hopefully, maybe, probably. Please don't close. Please don't go away again. Did you know we'll never get a Madagascar 4 as Jada is Gloria and Rock is Marty? I mean, I can't. When did Madagascar 3 come out? Is that even something that would have happened? Madagascar 3. When did that come out? Yeah, it's been 10 years. It's been 10 years. We ain't getting a Madagascar 4 no matter what. Oh, Jessica Chastain was in Madagascar 3. Good for her. Oh, excuse me. Avatar 2 will be number 1 at the box office. Multiverse of Madness is second. I mean, you're kind of discounting the new Thor movie there. I think a lot of people are going to be down with seeing Thor. MI7, yeah. Mission Impossible 7, that could also be a big one. Movie theaters didn't open until June 2021 in NYC, yeah. Which makes sense why the box office was as low as it was, right? If you're only open for half the year, then it makes sense that you would only make half the amount of money. And that actually means that they were doing kind of well in terms of actual attendance. You know, if only, 15 to 20% of people were going to theaters because they felt it wasn't safe, then the number should have been much lower than 4.5 billion over 2021, and yet it wasn't. Thor will be third. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Wait, did I just do a thing? What happened there? What did I do? It's okay. It's okay. I fixed it. All right, so that was this one. And then I got something else to show you all. Oh, that's right. There's a new poster for The Northman. Yeah, the new film from Robert Eggers starring Alexander Skarsgård and Nicole Kidman and Ethan Hawke and a whole bunch of other people. We've watched the trailer for it on this channel. I've talked about it before. I'm a little concerned about the film itself, but we do have a brand new poster for it, and we're getting some very strong Viking vibes here. Yeah, let's just look at the whole thing there, all up in there. We got Anya Taylor-Joy as well right there in the center. Who else is in this thing? Oh, Bjork is in it. Oh, and Willem Dafoe. Nice. Cinemateq Film Award winner Willem Dafoe is in this movie. And yeah, Ethan Hawke, Bjork. I imagine. Oh yeah, that's Bjork right there. I'm guessing the sort of witch with all the spiky porcupine hair. That's definitely Bjork. Very, very excited for this. I'm still a little worried about how all of the action is going to work because I don't think that Robert Eggers is a proven action director yet. But if he can change my mind on that, this could be one of the top films of the year for me. Louis saying it's a good poster. Yeah, I don't know what graphically they're trying to do here by keeping the characters as small in the poster as it is. They basically have like 1/3 on either side of them that's just being made up, not by white space, but it's just sort of sky. So when you're trying to like put together a poster for a dynamic action film that's going to have a lot of different stuff going on for it, I don't know why you would decide to center the characters like this and then not use this space more effectively. It doesn't really give us much about the story. I mean, I don't expect posters to give us anything about the story, but it looks like we do have someone here standing on the rocks looking out on the ships coming in, so this will probably be like a one versus many type film. Alexander Skarsgård versus the world. Put that on a shirt, please and thank you. I mean, we got Dumb and Dumber 2 20 years later, but that doesn't count. Or wait, no. Yeah. I guess it counts. Never mind. Oh, dear. And Anchorman 2, and Tron 2, yeah. But, like, does anyone want Madagascar 4? Is anyone clamoring for Madagascar 4? I don't think so. Defoe should have been nominated for No Way Home. He was. He was nominated for a Cinemateq Film Award. The best awards. Joy was good in Split and New Mutants. Oh, man, I've heard nothing but bad things about New Mutants. I haven't seen it, but that's mostly because I hear only bad things about it. Puss in Boots 2 comes out 11 years after the first one. Okay, fine. Maybe they'll do Madagascar 4. Fine. Let's see here. Oh, wait, what? Leonardo DiCaprio is credited as Guy in the cast listing in Poison Ivy? Really? That's right. This was actually DiCaprio's first role right before he did Critters 3. Who? I don't remember anyone in the film being Guy. Is it just like one of the random classmates or something? That's wild. I did not recognize him. Ranking of Batmans are Bale, Pattinson, Affleck, Keaton, West, Kilmer, Clooney. How dare you have Keaton that low? He's my Batman. Defoe did all right in No Way Home, but it wasn't close to being Oscar-worthy. Yeah, I agree with that. New Mutants was not that bad, says Dory. Really? Man, I've only ever heard bad things about it. New Mutants was bad, but Joy was good. All right, fair enough. The fact y'all ranking Batmans and don't have Kevin Conroy as first Batman is criminal. You gotta be... Actually, Don, you're younger than I am, so I don't really know what I was going to say there. I was going to say, like, oh, they're just from a certain generation where they didn't grow up on the Batman animated series, but I don't think you did either, so what can I even say about that? The way he did the split personalities was amazing. In Split? That wasn't Anya Taylor-Joy? Don, you're 25. Yeah, okay. So I would say you're in the generation that is not... oh, that was your childhood, but it was my childhood too, and I'm like 10 years older than that. I was talking about live action Kevin is one of all time and Super Friends. Okay, yeah. I know Anya Taylor-Joy was in Split. She just didn't have split personalities, right? That was the what's his name character. Professor X, y'all know what I'm talking about. James McAvoy. He had the split personalities. Did Anya Taylor-Joy have that as well? You should watch Jupiter's League trailer. What is Jupiter's League? Jupiter's Legacy? Oh, wait. Like, this one? Oh, what the hell? The girl Haley Lou Richardson was in Split. Or, sorry, your girl Haley Lou Richardson was in Split. Right on. So this just looks... Is this like what? Jupiter's Legacy. Is this a Bollywood superhero movie? When are we watching Jester 2, please? We'll get there. We can't watch Jester every day. Yeah, I don't know. I'm always wary about watching Bollywood trailers because I've had some bad luck with them as far as like blocks and takedowns go. I don't know. Let's give it a shot. Jupiter's Legacy. Oh, God damn it. Ah, no captioning? Alright, let's see if we can determine what the story is just based on the visuals.
इन पावर्स को पाने के लिए
90 सालों में हम कुछ भी नहीं कर पाए
हमने बहुत कुछ किया
Wait a minute. Some of these are like English language actors, are they not?
90 सालों में
Like, I know that person. Not personally, but I know that actress. They're not Bollywood.
हम कुछ भी नहीं कर पाए
And that guy too. He's from the Transformers movies.
हमने बहुत कुछ किया शेल
So what? Japiler, no, what? Jupiter's Legacy. This one. Okay.
Don't you remember the island
Okay. There we go.
and what we had to do to earn these powers?
90 years. 90 years, and what do we have to show for it?
We've made a difference, Shell.
Oh, this is a
What was
show?
that like when he was younger? Nothing ever rattled him faster. The man I knew was never at home when I was a kid.
Hard to tell why this would have been
Too busy
canceled
saving the
after
world.
a year. Was it? Oh, it's actually done by Mark Millar. Is it good? Like, was it unjustly canceled?
Chloe, everything you do is a reflection on this family. You have to be the ideal.
No one can live up to the ideal. Not even Dad.
They're not even close to being ready. And I'm doing everything I can to keep this family from falling apart.
Oh, that was some all-time, like, not great visual effects. Look at this. What is this? What is this nonsense? I guess I should be happy that there's, like, actual, like, the light appears to be affecting her body. Except right there, like, the main light source is behind her. So why is her front getting more lit? And then it gets darker. And then, yeah, like there's some shading there going on that seems to be real. Kind of. But then where's that light source coming from? Can't be the same one that was doing that because it hasn't changed that much. What the hell?
Well, it's not working.
It used to be that you protect your country. They call you a hero.
The world is changing. So I guess we're gonna have to change with it.
I don't know whether I can do this anymore. You do the right thing, somebody dies. You do the wrong thing, somebody dies.
So what would you do if you were the one calling the shots?
Wait, Hayden Christensen is in this? As the Batman wannabe suit.
So I guess we're gonna have to change with it.
I don't know whether I can do this anymore. You do the right thing, somebody dies. You do the wrong thing, somebody dies.
So what would you do if you were the one calling the shots?
Or wait, do you mean Anakin Skywalker like Jake Lloyd? The first one? Definite yawn from TJ on that one. Who suggested that? Why did we watch that? I thought it was going to be a movie at least, but I guess not. Well, whoever suggested that, you're banned forever now. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Oh, man. All right. Defoe split personalities in what? Oh, in Spider-Man, yeah. Trailer suggestion, Nick Cage in Imaginable Talent. Massive Talent. Yeah. We can watch that a bit later because I do have a video queued up here eventually that has to do with Nicolas Cage. So it'd be a good thing to go back and forth with it, back to back with it. Looks like poo. Yeah, that did not look great. The guy in a Batman wannabe outfit is Anakin Skywalker. Thanks for watching it. I didn't want to waste my time searching it for myself, but that was payback for making me wait for Jester 2. Ha! You son of a bitch. All right. So this next little article I think is kind of fun. I'm sure you guys are at least somewhat aware of like Terry Gilliam, one of the more interesting directors of the last, say, 30, 40 years. Did a lot of work with Monty Python. He directed 12 Monkeys. He directed Brazil, which we'll be talking about here. He directed a film called Man from La Mancha, which was initially supposed to be released like years ago, but they had like some classically awful bad luck making it and then had to be shelved for like 15-20 years. Then he went back and made it again, this time with Adam Driver. I feel like I'm missing like one of his big films. Oh, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas I think is one of his as well. Hopefully I got that right. Career, directing, just show me the filmography, yo. Yeah, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, The Brothers Grimm, The Adventures of Baron Munchausen, The Fisher King, Time Bandits, Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Like, the man's been around, and he's made some pretty interesting films. And with this film in particular, there's a bit of controversy regarding the ending. And this article gets into talking a bit about the fight that occurred in order to get the ending for Brazil out there. So let's go through this. I think this is just some fun. This is some good film history to know. Some good film history to have in your back pocket. For that time, you go on Jeopardy, or Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, and you can use me as your phone a friend. Terry Gilliam's 1985 film Brazil is frequently compared to the works of Franz Kafka. In Brazil, Jonathan Pryce plays a pencil-pushing office wonk trapped in a red tape labyrinth so complicated that even the Minotaur has starved. The system, a character unto itself, represented by a rotating bevy of soulless, smiling office drones, demands conformity and refuses to acknowledge error. When someone is arrested and killed because of a mistyped document, there is no way to demand justice. There are armies of protesters and resistance fighters operating outside the system, represented by Robert De Niro, and when a terrorist attack strikes the scene of a posh restaurant where the wealthy canoodle, the waitstaff merely sets up screens so that the diners need not look. Price fantasizes of escape via dreams, wherein he is a flying white knight rescuing a damsel in distress from an evil giant. By the end of the film, just like a Kafka story, the main character has been swallowed up by the system, unable to escape its dark automation or demand for a bureaucratic blood sacrifice. An unhappy ending is logical ending for a film like Brazil. As anyone who has visited the DMV or anyone who has tried to call the IRS knows, bureaucracy is a creature unto itself. A blind, hungry octopus that feeds on stress and demands to memorization of senseless, convoluted rules that have no place in logic. Boldly standing up to bureaucracy will only lead to misery and death. In the grand sweep of alternate irony, Gilliam's story bureaucracy run amok would itself become mired in bureaucracy. Gilliam was in production on Brazil throughout 1984, and one of the working titles of the film was 1984 and a half, alluding to both Orwell and Fellini. Wanting to tap into the spirit of Orwell's 1948 dystopian novel, Gilliam ideally wanted Brazil to land in theaters that year, hoping to invite comparison. Gilliam submitted a 132-minute cut of Brazil to Universal Pictures, complete with a very tragic ending wherein, and not to give too much away, the Price character triumphs over the machine, but only in his mind. The plan was to release Brazil in Christmas of 1984, but Gilliam realized he had to rewrite his script, and it was getting too complicated. Even though production shut down for several weeks, ensuring a delay in release, Gilliam still submitted his completed film under budget, which is somewhat of a rarity for him, if I remember correctly. Universal reportedly did not like Gilliam's cut and simply sat on the movie for a longer time than expected. Universal, or the head of Universal, demanded a shorter cut and a happier ending. Gilliam said he'd be happy to release Steinberg's cut if he took his name off the film. Gilliam recapped the conversation thus: "Listen, Sid, the film we made is the film we all agreed to make. If you want to make another film, you have my support. Just put your name on it." Sid Sheinberg's Brazil. Very simple. This conflict between Sheinberg and Gilliam only causes more delays. Gilliam, upping the antagonism, also infamously put out ads in Variety demanding that Universal release his film already. Ooh. Sheinberg and Gilliam became increasingly acrimonious over the course of the year, giving conflicting interviews, threatening legal action, and at one point, Sheinberg threatening to sell the movie to another studio for a pittance. Gilliam, in a fit of rebellion, started screening the movie himself. An unnamed collaborator, Gilliam has always been coy as to their true identity, hosted screenings of Brazil in their Beverly Hills mansion, allowing critics to see and write about Brazil. The LAFCA declared Brazil to be the best film of 1985. Universal finally released the film to the public, but wanted it cut to 94 minutes, which is taking off like, what, 40 minutes from the film? Oh boy. So now we get into the three different versions of Brazil. The version of Brazil audience got to see was different from the one that the LAFCA had called the best film of 1985. The version Gilliam showed to critics was his own cut that ran 142 minutes. This was also the version released into international markets and was being handled by 20th Century Fox, who had no issues with a long, bleak movie. Way to go, Fox. Universal, meanwhile, was working on a 94-minute version without Gilliam's input. Now dubbed the Love Conquers All version, the 94-minute film had cut many key scenes, removing elements of the film's darkness, and excised an ending that made clear the dark fate of Price's character. The Love Conquers All version only featured a triumph over evil and a placid dream of an ending where everything worked out for the main characters. Gilliam, meanwhile, began to capitulate, and after Brazil had received its critical acclaim, started shaving down his own version, trying to tighten into the best of his abilities. Universal suggested that they test both the Love Conquers All version and Gilliam's version, but Gilliam refused. Eventually, Universal, begrudgingly, released a 132-minute version of Brazil. It was finally free. The 94-minute version still snuck its way out there, used for television broadcasts. As far as I've been able to discover, Gilliam has never seen Brazil on network TV. Brazil went on to be an enormously celebrated and inspirational film. The works of Jean-Pierre Jeunet and Marc Caro are clearly influenced by the blustery chaos of Brazil, and most urban dystopian nightmares owe it a debt, from the Hudsucker Proxy and Dark City, to Super Mario Bros. And Meet the Hillowheads. Oh, Super Mario Bros. Gilliam even appeared in Jupiter Ascending as a pencil-pushing notary with a coveted notarizing stamp, a nod to his most famous film. Hands up if you've seen Jupiter Ascending. I have not, but I've only heard really bad things. It's got Channing Tatum in it, though, and he is very charming. Gilliam would continue to make movies, although almost each one of his films has been beset with horrendous production problems. Oh, this goes on to talk about his future films. So yeah, there you go. The history of the various cuts of Brazil. Kind of amazing that even like back in the mid 80s, things like this were happening, right? Like this is not so different than the Justice League release the Snyder Cut debacle that Warner Brothers had to deal with. And it seemed like the result kind of ended up being the same, where like Universal's like, no, we're going to do this. And then they kind of eventually were like, okay, fine, we'll release this longer version that everyone thinks is better than our version. Fine, we'll do it. God. And now we have... This is actually something I don't... Oh, yeah, okay, the three versions were Gilliam's original cut, his cut-down cut, and then the Love Conquers All cut. Kind of like Blade Runner in that way, where you have the original cut, the director's cut, and then the final cut's just a bit of a different version of the director's cut. Yeah. Can we watch the Showgirls trailer? No. Your thoughts on my short synopsis of Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. Imagine the Matrix made by Lord and Miller and Charlie Kaufman and Wong Kar-wai. I mean, I think the Wong Kar-wai stuff in the film is explicitly like a reference to Wong Kar-wai, and so I wouldn't say that the film is like Wong Kar-wai-esque. It's like it's like putting the characters in a Wong Kar-wai universe, you know? So I don't want to say that like the film feels like it was made by Wong Kar-wai, but it certainly like makes reference to Wong Kar-wai. But I think aside from that, yeah, that works. That's a good one. Another little piece of film news. The first Purge director is making a movie about a world where only black people have superpowers. I think the plot implications of this are pretty obvious, and how this will be used to address privilege and race and all of the rest. Well, let's learn a little bit more about it. Director Gerard McMurray. Oh, wait, actually. If only black people have superpowers, then they might go the route that X-Men did, where, like, mutants were, you know, policed heavily and sent to special islands where they weren't allowed to hurt anybody, and yeah, could very easily turn this into into that kind of narrative. Director Gerard McMurray, who helmed the first Purge and the Netflix film Burning Sands, is developing an adaptation of Black, a comic book set in a world where only black people have superpowers. The original Black comic, funded through Kickstarter in 2016, hailed from writer Kwanzaa Oshifio, co-creator and designer Tim Smith III, or the Third, and artist Jamal Egel. Studio 8 is the production company behind Black, and Warner Brothers will act as the film's distributor, with McMurray writing and directing. According to The Hollywood Reporter, Black will center on a young man who discovers his powers after surviving a violent crime. The main character in the comic, Kareem Jenkins, had his superpowers activated after he was shot by police. As The Hollywood Reporter notes, McMurray was a classmate of Black Panther director Ryan Coogler at the University of Southern California. Before crossing over and directing his own films, McMurray served as an associate producer on Fruitvale Station, Coogler's 2013 film starring Michael B. Jordan about the killing of 22-year-old Oscar Grant by a Transit Authority police officer in Oakland, California. Descriptions of Black have also compared it to HBO's The Wire, where Jordan did some of his earlier acting work. So right here, we're getting that comparison being made. X-Men meets The Wire. The original Black comic raised its Kickstarter funding throughout Black History Month in 2016, as noted in the official synopsis via independent comic publisher Black Mass Studios. That synopsis likens Black to X-Men meets The Wire, which is an intriguing premise for a movie. The full synopsis is as follows. In a world that already hates and fears them, what if only black people had superpowers? Yeah. So this is sort of, I guess, yeah, what they're going with is that that black people started to manifest these powers like in a sort of current day, current day environment, not like they always had them, and society has developed with black people always having these superpowers. It's more just like, you know, history has happened as history has happened, with all of the terribleness and slavery and awful shit that has happened to black people over that time period, and then they get superpowers. In a world that already hates and fears them, what if only black people had superpowers? After miraculously surviving being gunned down by police, a young man learns that he is part of the biggest lie in history. Now he must decide whether it's safer to keep it a secret, or if the truth will set him free. X-Men meets The Wire. Black's Kickstarter blazed through Black History Month 2016, earning $91,000, more than 3 times its funding goal. The dumpster fire of the U.S. presidential election in 2016, followed by the Charlottesville car attack in 2017 and the George Floyd protests in the summer of 2020, showed that America is still deeply divided, often along racial lines. While superhero films and television have become the dominant form of entertainment, we have also seen a disturbing contrast in the real world, where viral videos showing police brutality against black men have often served as a reminder that, in real life, no cape superheroes are going to swoop in and save anyone. By having its main character learn that he's part of the biggest lie in history, Black seems less concerned with exploiting the superhero trend per se, and more concerned about empowering black characters and using their experiences as a metaphor for people awakening to the hypocrisy of a democracy built on slavery and racial oppression. Yeah, that actually sounds kind of interesting. I'd be down for seeing that. Still haven't seen the first Purge, though. For those of you who have seen the first Purge, would you say that this director is a good one? Are they a good director? I hope so. I hope so, because I am interested in this concept. All right, let's move on to just some video stuff that I found on YouTube today. Of course, we have to watch the new honest trailer for Spider-Man No Way Home. So, spoiler warning, if you haven't seen Spider-Man No Way Home yet, this will spoil it for you. So run away and come back in like 7 minutes.
He's played second fiddle to Iron Man, second fiddle to Iron Man's supporting cast, and second fiddle to Iron Man's astrologer. But this time, Tom Holland swings into uncharted territory, playing third fiddle to Spider-Man. Spider-Man, No Way Home. The worst kept secret in nerdom is out. All the live-action Spider-Men are back, except for the two from the 70s.
That would have been way better.
They've taken a break from either starring in Oscar-nominated movies or narrating The Boss Baby in a film that pleases everyone from millennials who look as old as Toby did in Spider-Man 1 to younger revisionists who insist everyone secretly loved the Andrew Garfield movies.
Hey, boy!
Yeah, they really did.
With so many in-jokes, memes, and references.
You know, I'm something of a scientist myself.
You'll swear you've been in a coma since 2014.
You are amazing.
No, I kind of needed to hear that. Thank you.
Huh, doesn't really sound too bad, actually. I want to forget.
You're so soft, Poop.
I've been a bad kitty.
What the hell? Oh my god, no.
Spider-Man's identity has been revealed, and Peter's only solution is to brainwash everyone so they forget all the horrible things he's done. Tony would be so proud. Thrill as he teams up with the Sorcerer Supreme to wave his hands around and say multiverse until the Sony films pop out, pulling in all the characters you loved, some of the characters you forgot about, and none of the characters Sony would like you to forget about. In this potentially cosmic threat that sounds like a job for Doctor Strange. But this time he's been replaced with someone more like Dr. Oz.
I'm sorry, sir.
Jason, no! You should not be able to do that. I've been dangling over the Grand Canyon for 12 hours.
I know.
If he turns out to be a Skrull, I'm gonna be so pissed/pleased with myself for calling it. While Spider-Man is busy fiddling with 2 different magic boxes, discovering the scientific cure for evil, and other relatable teenage stuff like dating Zendaya or being too famous for college, you'll catch up with old pals like Flash Thompson, a bully who's taken so many L's he had to green screen himself into a party, the faculty of Midtown High, who really deserve their own Disney Plus series. Please?
Mysterio was
I mean,
right.
I would actually be really into that.
That's all.
A sad happy.
I could have been more fun.
We'll hang out again.
Wait, when do you think?
And Aunt May, who's ready to graduate from being a female sex object to being a female sex object killed off to motivate the male hero. Aw, don't feel too bad, Pete. Everyone you love has to die no matter what universe you're in.
My Uncle Ben was killed. It was my fault.
I lost Gwen. She was my MJ.
Why are you crying? This is supposed to be inspirational. Watch Marvel pull off a Sinister Six -1 like it was no big deal, featuring Willem Dafoe's iconic Green Goblin, one of the best comic book movie performances ever.
Norman's on sabbatical, honey.
Alfred Molina's well-earned victory lap as Doc Ock when he's not being roasted by Zoomers.
Dr. Otto Octavius.
Wait, no, seriously, what's your actual name?
Jamie Foxx's Electro, who improves on his debut by changing every single thing about it.
What happened to you? Did you get a makeover?
Sandman's there. And Lizard, who they keep in a truck to hide the fact that he looked better 10 years ago. Even Reptile in the new Mortal Kombat looked better. Even Reptile in the old Mortal Kombat looked better. But Spidey won't give up on curing all these bad boys of their impure thoughts. In fact, he'll dose them with hot liquid therapy, then portal them back to the lives they've already ruined. Thanks, Spider-Man. Norman Osborn may have lost his son, company, and reputation, but now he'll be able to feel crippling regret over it.
What have I done?
So get ready.
Also, they go back in time. Isn't it they go back to the point in their lives where they're just about to die anyways? So like they're just going back with their soul saved, but they're just gonna die anyways. Isn't that how that movie works?
Ready to cheer when you see it in theaters.
That's great. This was my experience seeing the film in theaters.
Because those moments are just awkward to watch by yourself at home.
Oh, actually, I had not thought about this. What is the
Hello?
What is the home viewing
And what's
experience
still
going
an
to be
amazing 2.5-hour brain vacation. That's the cinematic equivalent of all your exes coming together to reminisce on all the good times you had.
I love you guys.
And not the time they made you, well, you know, watch Amazing Spider-Man 2. Starring Peter Parker picked a pack of partners. Whip, whip, boom.
Nice.
The Spider House rules. Zen and the art of multiversal maintenance. Ant-Man, the Sorcerer's Apprentice. The assistant to the regional sorcerer.
Nice.
If I were a fix man. The Green Golem. Project Power. I don't like sand. Welcome back, Connors. Alex Jones Jameson. Netflix and billable hours. And, say the line, say it.
With great power, there must also come great responsibility.
Yay!
Can't
The
have a
Adventures
Spider-Man
of
trilogy
Pete
without
and
that.
Pete and Pete.
Don't let MIT be dumb like me.
MIT is dumb?
Well, you're the vice chancellor and you can't figure out a childproof lock, so maybe?
Door's locked. Door's
Hey, Screen Junkies, we've all got our personal favorites, but which version of Spider-Man has actually saved the most civilians? Who's been bullied the most? Who's upside down made out more than...
Hello, I finally made it to a stream on weekdays. Fernanda, hello. Thank you for joining us. There can be 100 people in a room and 99 won't slap you, but one will. Oh, come on. TJ, did you know 2046 by Wong Kar-wai is very similar to the new Michelle Yeoh movie? In 2046, the story is about a hotel room and the people that had sex in its history. Also, they were speaking two different Chinese dialects, just like they do in Wong Kar-wai films. I've seen 2046. It's been a long time. I guess you're talking about in relation to Everything Everywhere All at Once. And I remember 2046 being a much slower, way more deliberate film. It's hard to reconcile those two films as being similar to each other, if I'm being honest. Wait, TJ, you should watch this funny video I watched today. I died. It was so random. Why I don't eat out anymore. That's the name of the video. Like, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna search for it, but I'm not gonna show it because maybe, Don, just maybe, you're trolling me again. And I'm gonna verify what's going on with this. Yeah, wow, that actually exists. Hold on, just gonna watch it quickly with that desktop audio on. All right, it's a short, whatever. Nah, nothing bad's gonna happen if we watch this. So this comes from Don. Don's recommending this. If it's bad, it's Don's fault.
You have a reservation.
I'm sorry, honey. Do
Wait.
you know who I am?
Oh my god. I'll be right.
Can I not go backwards? What? No. Let me go back to the beginning.
Hello, darling.
There we
Table
go.
for one, please.
I'm sorry, honey. All the tables are currently seated.
Excuse me.
Unless you have a reservation.
I'm sorry, honey. Do you know who I am?
Oh my god. I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
In the flesh. Humble yourself.
Here you go. The bathroom's upstairs.
Excuse me, ma'am. This is absurd.
Yes, ma'am. The bathroom's upstairs.
Absurd.
Upstairs.
I'd like to speak to corporate.
Got it. Well, get this. Corporate doesn't just hang around here. However, their number is on the wall right there.
I laminated that myself, actually. It's pretty polished, isn't it? Yeah. I'm pretty proud of it. Ma'am, I am Tony Macbeth the Third, four-time Grammy. Rachel, what time you get off?
I'm off right now.
Wanna grab lunch?
Girl, you know I don't like you.
What about dinner?
Yes, that sounds so good.
Okay, just meet me downstairs. Ma'am, I'm gonna take the elevator. Does it still work?
No, that elevator's been broke since I got here. Once you step in, it'll drop.
You said what? Hello, darling. Table for one, please.
I'm sorry, honey. All the tables are currently seated.
What? Why did you think that that was something that my brain could handle? What's happening here? What's going on? Tom, I don't know. I don't know. It's cinematic chaos according to Don. So, yeah, I guess we needed some of that. Halston trailer number 1. let's take a look. Yeah. Is this a new film, an old film? What's going on here? Guessing it's this one.
I have a vision. I'm gonna change the face of American fashion.
Words like violence.
This isn't gonna be like a House of Gucci type film, is it? With just better people in it?
Break the silence. Come crashing into my little world. Painful to me.
What we need is to figure out your signature.
It's a good song, though.
What's gonna make me see some gorgeous woman and say, that's a Halston? I've been an outsider my whole life. Till one day I just stopped giving a flying fuck.
Ooh, they said the F word. That's how you know it's a Netflix trailer.
My wife, she thinks you're a genius. I think that's a dangerous word. I think once you call yourself a genius, you stop growing.
Halston for your today. Halston for your everyday. Halston for your world.
Mon, I know you. The one thing you don't know how to do is stop.
Halston, listen to me. You're obsessing over all the wrong things.
I have two things that you'll never have. My talent and my name.
You are out of control.
Here's my offer. You fuck off. And you fuck off. And you and you and you. You can all fuck off.
I think you see the writing on the wall.
Halston's in building mode.
What more is there to build?
So is
Do you
this
ever feel like
a
everything
movie
you
or a
have could
series?
disappear in an instant?
I feel like I don't have a good answer to this one. So this already came out on Netflix like last year? Oh, it's a limited series. Okay. Everything about this show is great, apart from the fact the story's so empty. Love this song. Yeah, it's like a cool song, and the way they implemented it, I did enjoy that. I want to watch that. And the Emmy for costume design goes too. Just because Andy Warhol has to be involved in that story. Oh yeah, I guess so. It takes place in New York during that time period. Yeah, it would make sense. Fernando, what was your Oscar score? Hans Zimmer Forever? That's not really an Oscar score. Oh, I think I think Don was asking what you got on the Oscar ballots, on the Oscar pool. Maybe not though. Maybe I'm just misinterpreting that. All right, so back to regularly scheduled program. I saw that this video was released today by TIFF. I guess they have an originals channel, and they occasionally put out originals on it. Usually it is interviews and things like that with people who bring their theaters to the festival. But this is a video looking at digital versus practical effects in Mad Max Fury Road, which I think is probably going to be pretty fascinating. So let's take a look at this. I think that most of the effects in Mad Max are practical, except for like some of the obvious like sandstorm sand effects that they had to do, but we'll find out. Let's see what's going on.
We talk a lot about how many of the stunts in George Miller's Mad Max Fury Road were shot practically. It gives the film a kind of maverick street cred with film fans and pushes back against that same group's favorite 21st century blockbuster complaint, that everything nowadays is indistinguishable CGI mush. But why do we care? And what does shot practically mean for a film like Mad Max Fury Road? The making of Mad Max Fury Road on a technical level is nearly a larger part of its own cultural story than that of the film itself. Behind-the-scenes video showing some of the sequences from Fury Road without their later enhancements via CGI demonstrates how many of the film's complex and deeply layered visuals were grounded in location photography, practical stunts, and physical effects.
And he managed to not only capture them, but he captured them with a very limited amount of CGI.
Fury Road was
Pretty
sold,
wild.
at least in part, on this assertion that George Miller and his team had done it all for real.
So it's completely real.
But 20 seconds viewing of the finished work easily proves how feathery our dividing line between real and not real is. Or, more accurately, between what we consider permissible CGI, color correction, digital compositing, the occasional flaming tornado, and fake CGI, elaborate future cityscapes, the bad guy in any given Fantastic Beasts movie, and superheroes in general. The irony, of course, is that Mad Max Fury Road has been somewhat, if not largely, digitally manipulated in just about every frame and shot. But the film's reliance on as many practical effects and stunts as possible under excruciatingly harsh filming conditions was a line in the proverbial and physical sand.
Yeah.
What is it? It's a detour.
The grand subtext of the making of Fury Road, that what you're seeing happened in front of the camera, ties beautifully to the grand subtext of Fury Road as a film as well. The film is about the bodies of its characters as much as, or more than, it is about their minds or their will.
Yeah, that's true.
Their bodies have been monetized, commercialized, and made into product. Immortan Joe has built his citadel in the desert on more bodies than we can count. And the story of the film is built on one of those groups of bodies making their escape, no longer willing to be used as Joe's breeding stock. But every shot of Mad Max Fury Road has been changed using computers. Some of these are very simple. No desert or sky on our planet looks like the citron and teal wasteland in the first shot of the film, for example. And others are the digital equivalents of older movie tricks. The interceptor flips as Immortan Joe's goons are chasing it, setting a record for a practical car stunt. But when it settles to a halt, there is an unsubtle digital morph to a similar shot of Tom Hardy as Max clawing his way out of its wreckage. We care about this less than we claim to. Or, more specifically, perhaps we have an unease with the concept of digital imagery that isn't actually connected to its prevalence in any given picture, but rather to the narrative around it and our own contentedness with the final result. Notoriously, Star Wars Episode I: The Phantom Menace was one of the biggest practical model shows of its era, but was dismissed as computer-generated garbage thanks to the presence of Jar Jar Binks and George Lucas's insistent branding that his prequel trilogy would usher in the age of digital cinema.
You know, we're pushing the envelope in a few places. Hopefully it'll work.
Which it did.
You mightn't be saying that.
Only a handful of years later, Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings trilogy made equivalent use of miniatures and models, but featured a fully CGI character who was warmly embraced by audiences.
I think that had a lot more to do with the actual performance of Gollum versus the performance of Jar Jar Binks. I think there was just more to like about Gollum. Like, there was actual conversations being had about whether or not Andy Serkis should be nominated for an Oscar for Gollum. And I don't think anyone was having those conversations about Jar Jar Binks. So I think some of that just comes down to the quality of, certainly, but also the performances behind the CGI. Mad Max is one of my boyfriend's favorite movies. He always makes me listen to the score. I mean, the score is real good. I love the color palette. Yeah, it does look real cool. Misa no agree. Sith Lord Jar Jar is great. We're not getting into that. We're not getting into the Jar Jar as a Sith Lord nonsense. Dune was not equivalent to Mad Max, did not deserve 6 Oscars. Disagree. Oh yeah, I voted Dune on my ballot because I love Hans Zimmer. Inception is one of my favorite scores. Nice. What's the name of that video? This video is called Digital versus Practical Shots in Mad Max Fury Road, and it's from the TIFF Originals channel.
unlike Jar Jar Binks.
Don, I'm not getting into the Sith Lord thing.
Mad Max.
I remember seeing that in theaters for the first time, and that like the precious thing, and everyone's like, and then he just goes like, bah! And like everyone in the theater, everyone in the theater just laughs. Like it's such a ridiculous moment.
Mad Max Fury Road was released in 2015. The same year, a Star Wars sequel reversed course on George Lucas's branding by foregrounding how many models.
That was the same year? Force Awakens was 7 years ago? What has happened to time and my experience of it?
Puppets and practical effects were used in the making of The Force Awakens.
I think for JJ, the first priority is let's shoot it practically.
Any random 20 seconds in the finished product capably demonstrate what kind of hogwash that assertion was, but then so do any random 20 seconds of Mad Max Fury Road. But there is something about stunts in particular, I have to admit, where the limbic response is simply different if you have any awareness that what you're seeing may have been carefully planned and executed by dedicated craftspeople as a for-real event, even if that event had to be substantially massaged in the computer later. The latter Mission Impossible movies have rebuilt their entire brand around gamely trying to kill Tom Cruise every 2 years.
I'm convinced that Tom Cruise wants to die, but he wants it to happen during a movie, which is why every single Mission Impossible film we get, it's just like a crazier and crazier stunt where the chances of him dying just go higher and higher and higher. Like Tom Cruise will not stop until he dies on set.
And just as computer-generated imagery has improved by leaps and bounds since Jar Jar Binks, so too have the technological crafts surrounding practical effects. So, for example, if you want to set off the biggest tanker explosion in cinema history, the definition of biggest is actually bigger now than it could ever safely have been 20 years ago. And the result is so spectacular that we don't really mind a green-screened Tom Hardy swinging through the foreground of the frame. There is something worrying about the idea that practical magic has to be sold to audiences as an authenticity principle in an era where computer manipulation is endemic in nearly every image we witness. I say this only because emphasizing the practical draws the audience's eye away from what should be a basic aspect of our 21st century media literacy, that we have to interrogate the realness of everything we see. Seeing is disbelieving. Maybe Mad Max Fury Road acknowledges that paradox by approaching it in reverse. Tactile, hair-raising, unfakeable stunts that you can feel in the pit of your stomach. You can't believe your eyes, but trust your gut.
That was pretty good, and I hope Tiff does more of these. I do remember the original reviews for Mad Max Fury Road being like pretty outstanding, and everyone being like, "Oh, this is a film. This is a movie that you need to go see immediately." And then a friend of mine and I went to go see it, and after it was all said and done, we were kind of like, "Is that it? Were we missing something?" Because like it was good, but it wasn't incredible good, you know. And it's still something, every time I go back and rewatch it, I still think to myself, like, there must be something about this that I'm just not getting. And, or maybe it's like I just have a kind of aversion to some of the techniques used in it, like some of the fast motion camera and stuff like that. And maybe I just have an aversion to that kind of aesthetic sensibility. But it's a movie that I really enjoy and that I will rewatch, but I just never really thought that it was ever on like the kind of heights that people had put it on when they released it. But yeah, just quickly, just to look at the TIFF Originals thing, you'll see here that it's mostly just Q&A stuff. They do almost no like video essays, so hopefully this is a turn to them actually putting out video essays, which would be pretty sick. Tom Cruise is immortal. You know who else is immortal? Sith Lord Binks. Well, I guess I'll just have to take your word on that one, Don. Don wants to watch the world burn, no doubt. I feel bad for the guy who played Jar Jar Binks, basically blacklisted. Is he really? I don't want to go to Wikipedia. Jar Jar Binks Wikipedia. Portrayed by Ahmed Best. Let's see. Filmography. Okay, so he hasn't really done much television, or sorry, much films. What about TV though? Oh yeah, he's really only done. Yeah, he's really only done Star Wars related stuff, eh? And Cougar Town in one episode. Been in some short films. Yeah, guy hasn't been up to much, eh? He's done some video game stuff. Yeah, it actually does kind of seem like he's been blacklisted a little bit, eh? Especially in film. Guy hasn't done anything since, like, what? 2013, and that looks like a pretty not very high budget Iraq war film. FDR, American Badass. Yeah, that doesn't look top tier either. Some guy who kills people, and he is the mayor in the film. Oh my god, that just sounds like a terrible, terrible movie. Maybe he made so much. It's no Road Warrior. Oh, dude, Road Warrior's so good. I also really do like the original Mad Max as well, #1, but like Road Warrior's pretty sick. Did you just watch the Sith Lord Banks video? Oh my god. How long is it? Is there videos? I was joking. Yeah, of course there are. Is this your first time on the internet? Fuck, all of these have like a bunch of views too. So like, which one's the definitive Jar Jar Binks is a Sith Lord one? This one's got the most views. All right, it's only 8 minutes.
You may have heard already about the theory that's blowing up around the internet right now about how Jar Jar Binks may actually be a Sith Master. So I decided
to be absolutely clear, none of this is true.
To make this video to explain every single detail for you. So here it is. This is the completely airtight, absolutely foolproof case for why Jar Jar Binks is the most powerful Sith Master in the universe.
Don, do you think I should like download this video and just redo the entire thing with my own voice? Give it a bit more authority?
First of all, Jar Jar executes a 20-foot twisting somersault through the air that, if performed by any other character, you would assume they were either a Jedi or a Sith. As we know, the Jedi themselves are inspired by Shaolin monks, and a convincing theory is that Jar Jar is based off of another traditional martial arts discipline called Zi Quan. Jar Jar almost single-handedly takes out half a droid army using moves clearly taught in Zi Quan. Zi Quan, or Drunken Fist, uses stumbling and staggering as body momentum to be deceptive, unpredictable, and to confuse opponents. And Jar Jar mysteriously is extremely efficient in killing every single time that he is in danger. And as Obi-Wan told us, there is no such thing as luck.
In my experience, there's no such thing as luck.
In another scene, Jar Jar seems to fall from a bridge, although we have seen this done on purpose before by Jedi. And Jar Jar also falls in a completely different place than where he was dangling from.
Alright, Nick, in my defense, I was expecting a Jar Jar Binks like essay video to be like 30 to 40 minutes long based on some of the shit I see on YouTube. So the fact that it's only 8 minutes, I'm okay with that.
We can prove this because droids can be seen shooting at his original location, and their heads even follow him jump to the other side. Jar Jar could have used a force jump, as we've seen multiple times before by Jedi. Jar Jar is also seen using sleight of hand movements and Jedi mind tricks during key plot points to influence the plot and change people's minds. He even uses them when he is promoted to general, when he's promoted to senator, and while he's persuading an entire galactic senate. Along with using the Force via sleight of hand, Jar Jar is also seen in multiple scenes using Jedi mind control to influence what people see.
The kind of hate that I feel like I'm getting right now from the audience is just kind of making this funnier. Wait, I haven't seen the Obi-Wan trailer. Can we watch that? It's kind of a TV show, but I have been tricked into watching limited series trailers before. You know what? That'd actually be much better than doing this. Then I'm going to move on to Nicolas Cage stuff. Agree with that. Well done. I guess the lesson to be learned here is to be careful what you wish for. Yes, let's go to the planet we've never been to before.
The fight is done. We lost. Stay hidden.
Oh, Luke Skywalker.
The key to hunting Jedi is patience.
I do like how they have the Jedi hunters in this.
Jedi cannot help what they are. Their compassion leaves a trail.
Uncle Owen.
The Jedi Code is like an itch. He cannot help it. Where is he?
Did y'all hear Darth Vader at the end? Because I heard Darth Vader at the end. I think, yeah, they've already announced they've got Hayden Christensen coming back, right? To play Darth Vader. It should be alright. It should be alright. We'll see, though. Everyone thought that the Book of Boba Fett was going to be good, and that turned out to be not that great. So, I don't know. Star Wars is still is very much in a prove it kind of stage for me. Like they have a lot to prove pretty much every time they come out with a new film or a new TV series. Because I just will not trust them to create something that is good. So earlier on, Nick asked to watch the trailer for The Unimaginable Weight of Massive Talent, the new Nicolas Cage film, and we are going to do that. But I also just first wanted to show this video. I haven't watched it yet, but it's one that GQ put out. And it's Nicolas Cage replying to fans on the internet. So I think we're going to get some details about Nicolas Cage's life that will perhaps inform The Incredible Weight of Massive Talent trailer a little bit more. Because that film's coming out soon. It's coming out pretty soon. So let's see what's...
On any social media, it's antithetical to my beliefs.
So his sideburns right now really scream Dracula to me, and I don't know why. But also, hearing Nicolas Cage say that social media is antithetical to his beliefs is awesome. I'm very much a fan of this.
But here I am doing this. Yes, hello, GQ. I'm Nicolas Cage, and today I'm going undercover on the internet. It's actually me. It's Nick Cage. Reddit.
There is a subreddit devoted to you. Have you heard of this?
I heard about it. I did hear that Reddit has a something about me.
You know what it's called?
Yeah, I've heard about it. I'm not going to say it. That would be arrogant. What movie role would have been improved by casting Nicolas Cage? I can't answer that either because that would be arrogant for me to determine what I would have been better at than somebody else. Next, TIL, that Nicolas Cage spent $150 million on a 70-million-year-old dinosaur skull. There's the skull I bought at an auction, and I bought it legally. Here's the MacGuffin. When the Mongolian government said that they needed it back, I gave it to them, but I never got my money back. So somebody at the auction house should be in jail. TIL, Nicolas Cage and Gary Oldman were the original choices to play Harry and Lloyd. Really? I didn't know that. I thought it was Jim from the beginning. I know Jim wanted me to be in it with him, but I wanted to do a little movie called Leaving Las Vegas instead. What would the most annoying sound in the world have sounded like, though?
Want to hear the most annoying sound in the world?
No.
I don't know how to answer that. In 1997, Tim Burton wanted to make a Superman movie starring Nicolas Cage. Why can't they just make this now? Would it matter how much time I appeared as the character? There might still be a chance. Posted.
Ooh, what does that mean?
Wikipedia. Well, Wikipedia is something that people go in and they change any way they want. So I'm not sure all the facts are true in Wikipedia, but at 15 years old, he tried to convince his uncle Francis Ford Coppola to give him a screen test, telling him, "I'll show you acting." That's in fact, yeah, that did happen. And I was met by silence in the car. Next, for Birdie, in order to physically feel the pain of his character, Cage removed 2 teeth without any anesthesia. Yeah, anesthesia. Yeah, that's a fact. But so you don't think I'm completely out of my mind, I had to pull the baby teeth out anyway. The timing of it worked out. It made me seem like a method lunatic, but the truth is it was something I had to do anyway.
Holy shit.
Next.
That would hurt so much.
In February 2011, he realized that he had developed his own method of acting, which he described as Nouveau Shamanic. He noted at some point, I'll have to write a book. Nouveau Shamanic is something I came up with because I like the French sound nouveau. I thought it had a kind of a fun sound, meaning new. I had read a book called The Way of Weird by Brian Bates, and he was putting forth the notion that all actors, whether they know it or not, are recruiting the same instincts of the early shamans in the old villages from hundreds and thousands of years ago. And I like that idea, the idea of exploring your imagination. So that's where that came from.
That's interesting.
And have you written the book yet?
No. YouTube. Whoever thought that Nicolas Cage would play as Spider-Man? Well, Spider-Man Noir was great. I really enjoyed playing that part. I liked it because I was able to bring some of my own personal interests in the early actors of the 30s and 40s like Bogart and Cagney that were in all those noir films. So that was fun for me. And they let me do it, which is unusual. Replied.
I wonder how he got that role.
This is the greatest casting of all. Yeah, but that was something that didn't happen. This Nicolas Cage is Joe Exotic, and it's probably just as well. It seemed like a fun character to play, but I have nothing in common with Joe Exotic. Cora.
Wait, does that mean that Nicolas Cage thinks that he has like a lot in common with people that he does play? Interesting.
How did Nicolas Cage think about the decision to name his son Kal-El? Kal-El is a Hebrew name, and it means voice of God. It's also from a very famous character. I think it's a beautiful name, so that's why.
Oh, there you go.
In Ghost Rider, are Nicolas Cage's abs real? They are real, and that's why I will never work out that hard again, because nobody wanted to believe they were real. They wanted to believe it was CGI, which it wasn't. So what's the point?
I mean,
has Nicolas Cage ever turned down a movie offer? All the time. I know that's not the urban myth you want it to be, but I turn him down all the time.
I would love to see some of the movies that Nicolas Cage turned down but then got made anyways. Like, what kind of movie would it have to be for Nicolas Cage to actually not go for it, to say no to it? I want to know what I want to see where his red line is, where his line in the sand is, where he says, no, I'm not going to do this movie because I don't think it is appropriate for me, or I cannot connect with these characters, or I don't understand this story. I want to know what his limit is. Please, Nicolas Cage, do this video again. Find this video and then answer my question. Thank you very much.
Twitter. Tattoo Face-Off, Nicolas Cage versus John Travolta. Winner.
Nicolas Cage
it's got to be Travolta. Has to be Travolta.
That Travolta tattoo is terrible. Look at this. Look at this. Look at the difference. The Cage one is so much better. So much better. Look. All right. Let's all be honest. Let's all be real with each other. Look at the tattoo on the right. stare at it long and hard without knowing that that is supposed to be John Travolta, would you guess that that is John Travolta? Because I don't know if I would. I don't know if I would guess that. That does not look great. Nick saying it's a Travolta Elvis tattoo. I don't think that matters, because that does not look like John Travolta to me. But Nicolas Cage definitely looks like Nicolas Cage.
Nicolas Cage versus John Travolta. Winner. Oh, it's got to be Travolta. Has to be Travolta. Speed round. Fave Nicolas Cage meme. I kind of like the vampire one right off the bat. This early picture of me. I like that because it's an early black and white picture. I think it looks pretty cool.
How do you feel about memes with you in general?
What am I going to do about it? It's there. TikTok. I have no relationship with TikTok whatsoever. Nicolas Cage plays Nick Cage. What if Nick Cage didn't get the role? Well, I think that would have been fascinating to see someone else play me, which was my first suggestion, but they didn't want to go for that. They said they had to have the real me, whatever that means. Posted. Okay, that's it.
That's kind of incredible that Nicolas Cage initially read that script and was like, there's no way that, like, I shouldn't be the one doing this. It should be someone else. Is there a Chris Evans episode? Done. I will look that up right after we watch the trailer for Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent. Because I think those two will pair well nicely together. Wait, why are there two of them? Official Red Band. Oh, let's watch the Red Band trailer. Yeah.
What's the word?
Red Band trailer all day. Wait,
What's
all day,
the worry,
You know what I mean.
Nick? You've lost some of your talent as an actor?
No. What did he say?
He says he loves you, but he went in a different direction.
I'm done. I'm quitting acting. Tell the trades, it was a tremendous honor to be a part of storytelling and myth-making.
Ah, fuck, man, I'm driving through the hills. I'm sorry, one more time?
We got another offer. It's $1 million. It's to attend a wealthy gentleman's birthday party.
I would never do that.
It's the easiest gig ever. You play yourself.
What do we know about this guy anyway? Is he into something strange?
It's not like he's gonna want you to suck his dick or fuck his wife or watch him fuck his wife.
I wouldn't think so.
Welcome to Mallorca, Mr. Cage.
The guy that owns this house, what's his name?
Javi.
Is Javi gonna want me to,
I am Javi.
Nick Cage. God, this place is stunning. What is your favorite movie? That's one of those questions that's impossible to answer. You can't just limit it to one.
Imagine me and you, I do.
Is it too much? Is this supposed to be me? It's grotesque. I'll give you 20,000 for it.
Have a good night, Fernanda. Thanks for dropping by. See you in the next one, hopefully.
I didn't know that was a cliff. We could have died.
I'm in position.
I think that's the actor Nick Cage.
Nick Cage, I love you. Have you seen Crudes 2?
I'm 44 years old. Why the fuck would I see Crudes 2? I've seen Face Off and Con Air.
Real man.
What do you guys want?
We're with Central Intelligence. Do you know who you're spending time with? One of the most ruthless men on the face of this planet. I need you to help the U.S. government. Let's kill this love. Find a way into that room, Nick.
I can see myself doing more of this stuff. I think I might have a real gift for it.
Good, because we got another mission for you.
No.
Your friend is working for the U.S. government.
Don't lie to me. Are those my golden guns?
They're my golden guns.
I don't want to kill you.
You're the last person I want to kill.
I love you. I love you.
I'm Nick Whoa, Cage!
All right. The real thing that we need to ask ourselves here, the real question on my mind We see other parts of the trailer of the film where Nick Cage clearly has facial hair, and here he does not. Did they get Nick Cage to shave, or is this like Henry Cavill mustache replacement type stuff going on where he is having his facial hair removed via CGI? To me, that looks like CGI. Like that, like there's just a lot of softness going on in his cheeks and like up here, and his face looks kind of weird and distorted, kind of like something weird with CGI is happening. He doesn't really have any wrinkles anymore in this. He doesn't look like an old person, like they're trying to de-age him as well. So I don't really know what's going on here.
Ow! Whoa, Cage!
But I feel like there was some digital working down there. Oof, made my headphones wiggle a little bit. Oh, is there a Chris Evans episode of that? Yeah. What was that series called again?
I am not on any social...
Actually Me. Surprised you didn't ask me if there's a Judi Dench version of this. Oh, look at that. Apparently Chris Evans is a drama queen. Oh, Don, I'm so sorry. Billy on the Street. Yeah, sorry, man. Sorry, Don. Nothing to see here. All right. So that is an end to everything that I had planned. Let me just go back to this this one here. Nick's saying that's a well-cut trailer. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I'm excited to see that movie eventually. Fingers crossed I get to see a press screening of it. I actually got some stuff sorted out today. A couple of months ago, I had put in a request to be added to like a press screening list for one particular PR company, and then I never heard from them again. So I was a little concerned that maybe they had decided I was no longer worthy, and then I double-checked them today, and they're like, oh, no, there's just a mistake with our mailing list. Like, you'll start getting emails now. So I don't know which studios this company works with, but hopefully, fingers crossed, I'll be able to get into some press screenings soon for new and upcoming movies. Although, which movies and when, I have no idea. Better movie, Uncharted or Lost City? The Lost City by a mile. By a mile is a better film. Look up Corey Haim, Me, Myself, and I. What kind of video is that? Is it like a self-documentary or something? Ooh, 37 minutes. I don't know about that. I'll be honest, I'm feeling pretty worn out. Like, I guess the weekend still isn't done with me yet as far as my body and how I feel right now. So I probably won't be going on much past 10 if I even make it to 10 o'clock. Chris Evans greater than Judi Dench. Is Chris Evans a dame? Is Chris Evans a dame? No, but Judi Dench is. Judi Dench is a dame. Nick, I was worn out at like 6:30. I don't know what's wrong with me. Hopefully tonight I'll be able to get like a lot of sleep. Oh, just to let you guys know, the Cinemateq Film Awards, the full ceremony is going to be up on the channel tomorrow. So if you want to go back and revisit any of the categories, any of the good times that we had this past Saturday, that will be available tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. And then I'm going to start tomorrow. I'm going to start shooting and experimenting with some new content, new content stuff. Gonna try some stuff out. So I'm looking forward to that. But yeah, I got Dory here saying, "What? Get some rest, TJ?" Yeah, I probably should. Dame Chris Evans. I mean, really, it would be Sir Chris Evans, but Chris Evans can't be knighted because he's American. Canadians can be knighted. I can be knighted. Americans can't, though. One of the pleasures of being a member of the Commonwealth. Pleasures is a weird way of thinking about it. I'm going to take a quick look at the film news and see if there's anything else here that was interesting. I was kind of just like skimming for the popular stuff, but yeah. Zoe Kravitz calls Oscars the show where we are apparently assaulting people on stage now. Yeah. Shit's fucked up. Oh, there was something at one of the after parties where Timothy Chalamet and what's his name, Kyle MacLachlan, did the Dune pose together. Did you guys see that? I thought that was pretty cool. The two Pauls coming together. Actually, where would I find that? Timothy Chalamet, Kyle MacLachlan. Show me the picture. Oscar after party. Where's the photo? Oh, there we go. Yeah, there we go. You guys see this? Can I get a bit that as a better image? Yeah, there you go. Timothy Chalamet and Kyle MacLachlan doing their Dune thing. Doing their Dune thing. It's pretty sick. Kind of into the idea of Timothy Chalamet having a similar career path as Kyle MacLachlan, so he will also at some point be in something equivalent to Twin Peaks, but then will also do something equivalent to Showgirls. What is this notification? Oh, yeah. Nothing to worry about. Nothing at all to worry about. I am in for a Sonic cinematic universe? No. 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 I mean, okay, fine, but no. Why would you do this? Why do we need to have a Sonic cinematic universe? Can't we just have Sonic movies? Can't we just have Sonic movies? Why? Why? Jake Gyllenhaal the shoes? Gyllenhaal best performance. Better than Prisoners? I don't know about that. The Shoes Time to Dance official video? So wait, it's a music video? Because I don't know if I would play a music video here just because of the copyright strike potential of playing like a full song like that. Is Jake Gyllenhaal sexy in that performance? His hair is so good in Prisoners. It's so good, you guys. Hold on. I'm just going to look at this video and try to determine what it is, but I'm not going to let you guys listen to it because, you know, copyright stuff. Okay, yeah, this is definitely a music video of some kind. Is the whole thing? Yeah, sorry, Nick. That's too heavy. That's too heavy on music. I know it's like a mini movie, but I was just like clicking through it, and it's definitely music the whole time. But I will encourage people to go watch it. I'll put the name of it here. Looks like Jake Gyllenhaal does a whole bunch of weird shit in it and like kills people. So I would encourage you to watch it on your own time. I like how my little indicator in the chat is a crown. Like I'm the king of this live stream. It's weird. It's weird. It's real weird. Man, what? Sometimes you just see stuff on YouTube and you're like, how does that get so many views? I was opening up YouTube and there's just a video here called Jim Carrey reacts to Will Smith to Chris Rock's slap. Not even like a lot of good English happening there, which I know I should not be even critiquing because I'm not speaking great English right now either, but it already has 109,000 views and it came out 5 hours ago. YouTube is such a bastard sometimes, I swear. Oh, and I'm losing subs now too. I was at 881 and now we're only at 879. Womp womp womp. It's okay though. It's okay. Oh yeah, I also did a poll earlier today, asking people what their thoughts on the Oscars were, and 76% said, "Dude, that sucked." So it looks like most people are not fans of the Oscars anymore, or at least the Oscars that just happened. And yeah, I guess that's something. It's a bit of a news piece I didn't really talk about, but the ratings for the Oscars came out. The amount of people who watched it has come out, and their ratings in the United States, at least, were something like 16 million people, which is up a lot from last year, which was their all-time worst year. But it's still like the second lowest ratings that they've ever had. And so I'm kind of concerned that with that governor's meeting or whatever they do, in order to sort of assess what happened at the Oscars and how they can improve it and things like that, I'm worried that the narrative of that meeting will be, hey, the ratings went up, so this is a good thing, and we should continue to go down the path that we're going down with the new sort of format that they've been experimenting with the show, and getting in hosts and things like this, like Amy Schumer and Regina Hall, and doing gags like they were doing and all that kind of stuff. And it'll be the wrong lesson to learn if they go down that path. I really hope that they don't actually do that. I really want someone who is like keyed into what people were saying online and just be like, look, even though your ratings went up, people hated that whole thing, and it doesn't have anything to do with Will Smith slapping Chris Rock, although honestly it maybe played a part in it, because I think that average, that 16 million, is like average. So if they had like a huge spike in viewership because of the Will Smith thing, then that would have affected the average, presumably. So I'm just hoping that they don't look at that number and just learn the wrong, and I really hope they don't look at that number and learn the wrong lesson from it, and sort of continue to double down on what they did during this, and just say like, oh no, it was actually a good thing, and if we do it more, then we will just do better if we do what we just did, but more of it, and the wrong lessons. I would have an Oscar segment called Slapboxing in 2023. I mean, it would be kind of funny if they were to do like a history of people being slapped in cinema. Be some great ones in there. The ratings went up because Twitter was like, go to Oscars real quick. Yeah, for sure. And I mean, yeah, part of that was also probably, not like from me specifically, but like people like me who were watching along and reacting and being like, yo, what the fuck? And then everyone's like, oh shit, I need to probably go watch these live instead of watch this other person watch them instead. But yeah. But was his hair sexy? Oh, Jake was great in FFH. What is FFH? Far From Home? Oh yeah, but was his hair sexy? No, I mean, not as sexy. His hair wasn't as sexy in Far From Home as it was in Prisoners. His hair in Prisoners is like literally an all-time film haircut. It is what I care about, though. Jake was great in BM. In Bowel Movement? He had a great bowel movement? Louis, are you monitoring Jake Gyllenhaal's bowel movements? How are you monitoring Jake Gyllenhaal's bowel movements? I'm concerned about the fact that you may, in fact, be monitoring Jake Gyllenhaal's bowel movements. I'm worried about you. Final suggestion, the United States of Leland trailer. Keep my wifey name out your fucking mouth. Oh, Brokeback Mountain. Right. Not bowel movements. Brokeback Mountain. My apologies. Final trailer suggestion, the United States of Leland. The United States of Leland Palmer? Is it a Twin Peaks thing? Probably not. It's never Twin Peaks when I want it to be Twin Peaks. Oh, you know what actually kind of reminds me of? I'm going to show you guys something else first. I will do that, Nick, but I want to show you guys something that's pretty funny. It's one of my favorite trailer recuts of all time. Yeah, there we go. I hope you all are ready to have your minds fucking blown. This is a recut of a Goofy movie as if it were directed by David Lynch. Oh, let me turn the audio on. There we go. This shit is so good.
Hello. Yes, Mr. Goof. I'm calling in regard to your son, Maximilian.
Max? Oh my gosh, is he hurt? So, you and your son seem to be, getting along just hunky-dory, huh?
Yeah, it's been great. Harder I tried, the worse it got. Once I eased up, things just clicked.
Oh, that's swell. So, no problems then, huh?
Not one.
I just hate to be the bearer of bad news, but,
What is it, Pete?
Your kids do.
I don't believe you.
What?
I don't believe you, Pete.
Oh my god, yes. This match cut coming up. Are they gonna do the match cut? Do the match cut. Yes. Or that mage fade, I guess, is what you would call it. So good.
What is...
Are you okay, Maxie?
Doesn't that just make you want to watch a Goofy movie like even more? It's such a good trailer, such a good recut. It's up there with like The Shining redone as a romantic comedy, which is also pretty sick. United States of Leland trailer. What's up with that? Oh, it's a Ryan Gosling movie, like from 1,000 years ago. Mrs. Doubtfire is a horror trailer. That sounds fun. Yeah, this one's got the most views, I guess. Oof, not the highest quality, eh? Or no, I don't want that.
Leland Fitzgerald,
Yep.
did you do it? Do you have anything to say?
Come on, man. Do you have anything to say?
When I say I don't remember that day, I'm not lying. I wish I did, but I just don't.
Well, Mr. Leland P. Fitzgerald, my name is Pearl Madison, and I'm gonna be your teacher for however many days, weeks, and months you're gonna be here with us.
I don't blame Becky. I guess I'm supposed to be upset about what happened with her.
I don't want to hurt you, okay?
So Ryan Gosling goes to prison.
The worst part about growing up, heartbreak.
That's what this movie's
I
about.
made a mistake.
Hey, Leland. There's something I wanted to tell you about Becky. She kind of fell in with this guy.
Do you love this guy?
It got really, really messy.
I swear I didn't know he was gonna do anything.
Uh-oh. Knives are never
It's
good.
okay to be angry. You're only human.
It's funny how people only say that after they do something bad.
I need you, okay? Tell me that everything's gonna be okay.
You'll never guess who his daddy is.
I'll put $50 on Satan.
Aren't you a famous actor?
Aren't we all?
Oh my god, wait, that's fucking hilarious in this trailer. Do you guys see that? Like, this is Kevin Spacey, obviously, and they're like, yeah, suspect is son of an author, and he guesses on who his father is. Satan would be my guess, and it's just cut to Kevin Spacey. That is hilarious. Well done, well done. Although, speaking as someone who will say Hail Satan occasionally, we do not claim Kevin Spacey is one of our own.
It's gonna be okay.
You'll never guess who his daddy is.
I'll put $50 on Satan.
Aren't you a famous actor?
Aren't we all, dear?
We've never seen a case like this before. Nobody has.
I see this kid got to you too.
Case like what before? What did this guy do? Did he just kill somebody?
You have any idea what you're doing to her family?
You want a story? You go talk to that kid's parents. Ask them how they raised a monster.
Look, I'm aware that I have made mistakes in my life.
You wanna why? Or maybe there isn't one. Maybe this is just something that happened.
People make mistakes. We are fallible, Leland.
That's why you have to believe that life is more than the sum of its parts.
Don Cheadle, Ryan Gosling, Chris Klein, Jenna Malone, Michelle Williams.
Maybe somewhere in all of this, there's a reason. Maybe somewhere in all of this, there's a why.
Perhaps he told you something. Did he do it?
What up, Random Stuff Channel? It's TJ, by the way, with a T, not a D. But it's all good. It's all good. So is there a new trailer for Bubble out, Dory? Is it a new trailer? Yeah, because I think we've already watched this on live before. And also, is it? It's a series, isn't it? I know I've been watching some series on here, but I do. Oh no, it is a film. Okay. So we had some requests for the Mrs. Doubtfire's horror trailer thing. We can get around to that too. Let's check this out. Some anime. Oh yeah, was that Berlin? Forgot about that.
響に会えたから私は私になれた
Looks pretty trippy in some way.
あの音を
Young lovers.
この子が響を救い出してくれたようだ。
誰？この子の名前は？
歌。
響。
変なやつ。
Music already sounds good to me.
あんな危ないことやめさせるべきです。
外の世界はあいつらにとって息苦しいのさ。
呼んでる。
お前にも聞こえるのか？
Wants to go run a marathon.
時が動き出した。
叫んでこうぜ飛び越えて待って味気ねこのままになって
ここから先は崩壊かそれともレディー歌セットマッチゴー
今すぐ東京を出ないと死ぬ気かよ大丈夫
お前なら助けられる行くぞ行くぞ
行け
No idea what's going on. The movie itself isn't like this frenetic. Oh man, so many requests for alternate trailers. I do like that sound though. It seems like the amount of bad CGI they're using in this as well is like pretty low, which is always a good thing in my mind. When is it coming out? April 28th. I might have to mark my calendar for that one. Make sure I see it. All right, hold on. What's going on with all of these requests for alternate trailers? If we're gonna do this, then I will show you The Shining as a romantic comedy first, because that is the all-time best one in my opinion. Is it this one? Probably. Real shitty quality though.
Meet Jack Torrance.
I'm outlining a new writing project.
He's a writer looking for inspiration.
Lots of ideas. No good ones.
Meet Danny. He's a kid looking for a dad.
There's hardly anybody to play with around here.
What's up, Doc?
Jack just can't finish his book.
I don't want to sound melodramatic, but there's no way to make it economically feasible.
Here's to 5 miserable months.
But now, sometimes what we need the most is just around the corner.
I'm your new foster father.
I'd do anything.
Climbing up on Salisbury Hill,
I love it.
I could see the city light. My heart going boom, boom, boom. Son, he said, grab your things, I've come to take you home.
Shining. Oh man. This was made in like shit. Does anyone want to email this guy and just like say thanks for the trailer? Oh god. Like this trailer was put up in 2007 and I don't think anything is more indicative of the time period this trailer was released in than just someone putting their email in the video. Like imagine the bullshit this guy got sent to him because he did this. Also, isn't PS260, isn't that like a public school? Is this a school email address? That's fucked up. Have you ever watched Mr. Bean horror movie trailer? I have not. Looks like we got 3 requests. All right, I'll do these last 3 trailers, and I think I'm gonna head out. But we got, what is it here? Nick, I see you doing the Mrs. Doubtfire horror one. Or wait, someone else said Mrs. Doubtfire as a horror one? Oh, that was Louis. So wait, it's multiple Mrs. Doubtfire trailers? I don't understand. I don't understand what's going on, y'all. What is it you are requesting of me? Alright, not seeing Mrs. Doubtfire up here. Watch Elf as a horror trailer, please. Elf horror trailer. Elf recut as a thriller trailer mix. Elf horror trailer. I'm guessing it's this one. Or is it this one? No, this one's, yeah, newer.
Yeah.
Mr. Hobbs?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think someone sent you a Christmas gram.
Excuse me. I'm here to see a Walter Hobbs. Dad! I walked all day and night to find you.
You look like you came from the North Pole.
It's exactly where I came from.
It's a little complicated, but it's nothing
Honey.
that we can't handle.
He thinks he's an elf.
I'm sorry, what?
I was adopted, but you didn't know I was born. Oh, I'm here now. I found you. And guess what? I love you. I love you. I love you.
You get the hell out of here. This is some kind of game. What do you want, some money?
No.
What is this?
I just wanted to meet you.
Oh, hey, that
I thought
guy
you
did
might
Iron
want
Man.
to meet me.
You saw that guy out there. He's certifiably insane.
Looks like a Christmas tree.
He's probably just reverting to a state of childlike dependency. What are we gonna do? We can't leave him alone. What he needs is to be nurtured.
They were just having a little fun.
Fun. So felonies are fun now. Introduce him to Emily and Michael.
Go away!
Once he comes to terms with reality, he should drop the whole elf thing and move on with his life. I can't go to sleep unless I get tucked in. All right, let's get it over with.
I'm Buddy the Elf.
Honestly, I wasn't that into that trailer. First half especially was kind of weak. Last half got a bit better. Your suggestions were the whackness and then birth. My goodness, so many suggestions. Mr. Bean horror, yeah, get that one. Let's do the whackness, and then we'll do Mr. Bean horror, and then I'll probably call it quits. We can save some of the other ones for a different time. Visual trailer, the whackness. The bed part was the best part of that? Yeah, Louis, I think that's one of the things that kind of sold me at the end. What is up with the whackness?
Yeah, man. It's summer of '94 and I'm sweating fresh to death in NYC. Get into this.
What's up, man?
What's up? What up?
It's
You
edgy,
sell ices?
I guess.
That's my cover.
How does it work?
My occupation takes me to exotic locations like Brooklyn and Queens.
Don't let Giuliani see you.
That's how I met my shrink. How much you need, man?
You're the one who needs this son.
What's the deal with you and my stepdad?
We're friends, I guess. I like fly ladies. I like my impure thoughts. I am Luke
God.
Shapiro. Hear my cry.
Luke,
My life sucks.
Has this got something to do with Kurt Cobain?
You got what I
Surely that.
Has this got something to do with Kurt Cobain? Oh, what the fuck? I thought for a second that this... Rocco, what do you want? Ah. What is it? What is it? It's not even time for your food yet, cat. Why are you bothering me? I thought for a second that just based on how this trailer was going, it was going to get, like, it was gonna turn like serious or something, and it was gonna get into like how this kid's like depressed, and this is all like a front, and he doesn't like his life and whatever. And then they just bring in a Kurt Cobain reference, and then it's all just gone again.
There's someone, Luke.
Yeah. She just wants to be friends.
Who is she? Does Stephanie know her? Make her like you. Then when you're least threatened to her,
Yo, dude, what are you doing?
God, I was this close to respecting you.
Let's try it again.
Here it is, a groove slightly transformed. Just a bit of a
don't touch my daughter, Luke.
to break the monotony.
I think I'm in love.
Euphoria.
Love, yeah.
Dance, but what about a groove that soothes and moves romance? Give me a soft, subtle mix. And if it
Sometimes it's right to do the wrong thing, and right now is one of those times.
He's really out of his mind, right?
I've kind of never had sex before.
You're a virgin?
No. Nah.
I think it's time for our first lesson.
Summertime.
Oh damn.
Did you do something with your hair? You look like Jason Priestley like that.
That is one of the Olsen ones, isn't it? One of the Olsen twins. All right, Mrs. Doubtfire horror. Let's see what. No, stop playing the trailer. Mrs. Doubtfire trailer. Or wait, shit. Horror trailer. Last week, I saw a film. As I recall, it was a horror film. Alright, I'm guessing it's this one. Let's see what the last trailer of the day. Enjoy.
We have nothing in common.
Sure we do.
Sick.
We love each other.
I want a divorce.
Ruh-roh.
The reality, Mr. Hillard, is that your lifestyle has been very unorthodox. And I refuse to further subject 3 innocent children to your peculiar and potentially harmful behavior. It is the court's ruling to award sole custody to Mrs. Hillard.
Damn. Also, just to like kind of go back to the plot of Mrs. Doubtfire and what this movie's about, seeing that scene, it's kind of wild that they're like, you have an unorthodox lifestyle. This is, we don't think we can trust you with children, but like, dude's a voice actor. Like, that's it. That was his gig. That was his job. He's just a voice actor. Like, that ain't anything that's so bad, you know? Wild. Although, yeah, this is really good. This is a really well done recut.
Hello? Hello? I'm calling in regards to the ad I read in the paper.
Yes. Well, would you tell me a little bit about yourself?
Oh, certainly, dear.
Yep, that's sick.
I'm addicted to my children, sir. I love them with all my heart. And the idea of someone telling me I can't be with them, I can't see them every day, it's like someone saying I can't have air.
You guys got a line with one now.
Oh, yeah. Fuck me, that one shot in the bathroom is creepy as hell.
You guys got a line with one now.
Look at that. That is like some Texas Chainsaw Massacre looking shit, man. That is, oh man, that's terrifying. This is a good pick. Like, whoever decided to recut Mrs. Doubtfire as a horror film, like, they did a good job.
You my goddamn kids do.
Yes.
Bring the mic closer, Mr. DeMille.
Oh, yes. Having that little reference there to Sunset Boulevard as well really just brings it home.
You remind me of someone.
Oh, that's so good. That's so good. Well done, well done. Kind of what I thought about it, creepy stuff when you take the heart out. Like, yeah, for sure. All right, Nick. What is this? What is this birth movie from? What, 2004? This is the actual last one. Yeah, Louis, that was like one of the best fake trailers I've ever seen. I think that actually takes the crown from The Shining and the Goofy movie. Birth. Ty West apparently was on about it, so maybe that tells us something.
You know, the man you say you are was my brother-in-law. If you were my brother-in-law, you'd say it was impossible for you to be sitting right here in front of me. You didn't believe in life after death, and that mind, soul, spirit, whatever you want to call it, disappears.
I'm right here in front of you, Bob.
Am I to understand that that 10-year-old boy that came to my birthday party, unannounced, uninvited, is now claiming, told you, that he was your late husband, Sean? Are you telling me this little boy is now sending letters to you telling you not to marry Joseph?
What I can tell you is that I love Anna. I love her very much.
What's up with
and I
this
want to marry
trailer?
her.
Well, who the hell is he?
He says he's Sean.
Is that Nicole Kidman?
Don't bother me again.
There's a boy this tall who wants to marry my fiance.
It's the hair. It's making it really
You
hard
can
to
think
tell. But
whatever
yeah,
you
yeah, it
want.
definitely is.
Everybody can think what they want. I'm who I say I am. I'm
Or no.
Sean. I love Anna, and I'm her husband. I can't get him out of my system. I can't. You ask Anna who she loves more, me or Joseph. Go ahead. Go ask her.
Yeah, okay, it is her. Wow. Oh, Laura McCall. Sick. I've seen that kid in other stuff too. Oh, it's a Jonathan Glazer movie? No shit. That's pretty cool. I didn't know Jonathan Glazer did a movie with Nicole Kidman. Jonathan Glazer also did... The fuck? He did that one with Scarlett Johansson. Under the Skin. He's only done 3 movies his entire life. Wow. Sexy Beast, Birth, and Under the Skin. I've heard Sexy Beast is actually pretty good too. Stars Ben Kingsley, and yeah, you get Under the Skin with Scarlett Johansson. Real trippy movie. Okay, mostly does music videos and commercials. Oh, he did the music video for Treat Me Like Your Mother. That's a good track. That's cool. Sorry, Louis, I won't be doing any more trailers. Although, once again, like, something about this concurrent viewer thing going up as soon as I decide I'm going to go offline. It seems like this happens, like, at the Oscars as well. Like, as soon as I was like, I think I'm going to go to bed, suddenly we had 300 viewers, and even now it's ticking up. Has the Oscar host ever been not American? Graham Norton would be a perfect MC. Oh, God. I don't know off the top of my head. It's I don't know. Is that non-American Oscar host? Performers who have hosted the Academy Awards. Can I just have a list, please? Jimmy Kimmel, Chris Rock. These are all Americans. Wow, Billy Crystal did a lot of these, eh? Holy shit. I didn't realize it was that many. Oh, that was a bad one. Steve Martin. Steve Martin's not Canadian, is he? I don't think so. Yeah, he's American. He does so much stuff with Martin Short. Sometimes I think he is... Oh, Hugh Jackman. There you go. He's Australian. So he hosted the Oscars in 2009. That was actually a pretty good Oscars. I would say bring Hugh Jackman back and have him just do like a bunch of musical stuff, even though we're all pretty sure that musicals are dead now as far as the Academy Awards are concerned. Whoa, Bob Hope. He hosted a lot of those. Good Lord. Frank Sinatra hosting would be pretty cool to see, actually. Wait, Danny Kaye? Really? Fred Astaire hosted them? Paul Douglas? Robert Montgomery? Because like we're getting into... I thought this was Vladimir Putin for a second. What do you mean Vladimir Putin hosted the Oscars? Alright. Enough of that. Bring it back here. Mr. Bean Whore for my 7 viewers. No, let's save some of those for the next time around. Next one is Thursday evening, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I will, of course, be doing the weekend movie preview where we will be talking about all the movies coming to theaters this weekend. That will include Morbius and a bunch of other indie films, and I think maybe even David Lynch's Inland Empire, which is getting a re-release of some kind. So make sure to come back for that. I'm just going to go through chat quickly. Sorry, everybody. No, I'm not going to do any more trailers tonight. Martin Short is not Steve, though. No, I know, but I just, like, think that maybe they are... Like, they're such good friends, therefore they're from the same country, you know? That's got to be the way it is. Hype for Sonic. I haven't seen Sonic 1. I should probably check it out. I also feel like I'm kind of excited for the third Fantastic Beasts movie, even though I haven't seen the first two, but only because Mads Mikkelsen is in the third one, and now I'm debating with myself, like, do I watch 2 movies that have been, like, critically panned just so I can understand what's going on in the third movie because it has Mads Mikkelsen in it? Like, you know? I don't know. And Lev, you're welcome. Happy to help out. So that's all from me today, everyone. Thank you so much for watching. I apologize for this being a bit of a shorter stream. Thursday hopefully will be a little bit longer, a little bit more involved, a little bit more upbeat. I will do my best to get some sleep and to bring you the good stuff on Thursday. I mean, Birth hooked me because it has Nicole Kidman in it and it stars and it's directed by Jonathan Glazer. Like that is just cool shit, you know? 2 things that I like, making something that I didn't know existed. That's just awesome. All right, Louis. All right. Fuck it. Who needs to sleep? One of these days I'm going to learn how to say no to you guys. If Mary Poppins was a horror movie. I think I got the right one. Ooh, shit. Oh, man, there's one from 15 years ago. So I guess it's this one. Gotta love that bell. Oh man. Children. All right, the Mrs. Doubtfire trailer, recut trailer is better than that one in my estimation. My humble opinion. TJ becoming a YouTube legend for staying tired. I don't want to stay tired though. I want to bring energy to these, and I think I'll have that back by Thursday. No doubt, no doubt. Mary Poppins Meets the Exorcist. Yeah, it really did have Exorcist vibes. I think that's what they were specifically going for. If in sound design, if nothing else, it was the sound design of it really made me think about The Exorcist. Not that they were using the song from The Exorcist, but just like it had like an Exorcist mood to it. I think because of the sound design of that recut. He's tired. Let him sleep. I'll sleep when I'm dead, or like in a few minutes, whichever one comes first. All right. So that is actually the last thing I'll be showing today. Thank you again, everyone, for sticking around, for hanging out, for saying hi. I'll be live again 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Thursday to talk about The Weekend. Not The Weekend, not the band. The Weekend movie preview. So we can talk about all the films coming out, what we're excited about, and watch trailers for all of them. And hopefully talk about some movie news as well. Maybe Chris Rock will release a statement by Thursday, and then we can discuss that. Maybe the Academy will finish its own internal review and decide whether or not they could have done anything different that perhaps would have led to Will Smith not slapping Chris Rock, which is, of course, not the case. So, yeah, I think that's about it. I think that's about all. So thank you again, everyone, for coming. Please follow me on all of the social medias that I have linked in the description box below. Twitter, Letterboxd, TikTok. And I think that's it. I think that's that. So I will bid you all a very good evening and see you Thursday, 6 p.m. sharp. Be there.
Get off my plane. He's looking at you, kid.
I have been, and always shall be, your friend.
The Force will be with you, always.
In case I don't see ya. Good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
Hasta la vista, baby.